If anybody wants to find me, I'll be in the last place you would look. In a place where people used to be, a land that's called reality. You'll find me there. I won't be catching up on Reddit. I won't be watching any news. I'll let the planet spin without me, 'cause everything has been without me sometime. And everyone will be alright if I'm not live by satellite. It's a beautiful day, I'm running away. Don't bother to Facebook message or call me, 'cause I'm living life in airplane mode and everything is okay. I just want to play, unplug for the day and live in the moment, 'cause I'm living life in airplane mode, yeah. I'm always drowning in the static. I'd rather swim in crystal seas. My battery's been running low. I need to take it nice and slow for just a while. You won't be hearing about my weather, and you won't see my breakfast pics. For videos of kitty cats all gussied up in pretty hats, you'll have to wait. I hope it's not a tragedy. I hope you don't get mad at me. It's a beautiful day, I'm running away. Don't bother to Facebook message or call me, 'cause I'm living life in airplane mode and everything is okay. I just want to play, unplug for the day and live in the moment, 'cause I'm living life in airplane mode, yeah. Everything is now, everyone is everywhere, but no one seems to get up from their chairs. I'll come and sit with you, let's talk and have a drink or two. We'll open up the window for some air and hear the voices down the street of children playing on the beach. It's a beautiful day, don't take it away. I just want to play, 'cause I'm living life in airplane mode, yeah. It's a beautiful day, I'm running away. Don't bother to Facebook message or call me, 'cause I'm living life in airplane mode and everything is okay. I just want to play, unplug for the day and live in the moment, 'cause I'm living life in airplane mode, yeah.
And we're live! There's me. There's Alex. There's something going on. We don't know what. But apparently some sort of live screen. Typing? We don't do typing here. We have to entertain people. That's why we're here, right? Okay, I'm frightened at least. What's going on anymore? No one knows. But yes, hello kids. It is I, Jeffrey, the often introducer of the show, and exiter of the show, and editor of the show, and drinker of many Diet Cokes. Weird. That is the question. Can you actually see him? No one knows. I know I can't. I mean, Alex just looks like a person in a blue box. But pregnant pauses allow you to better exemplify knowledge and gravitas. We're certainly not stars. Okay. So, we're going to be covering the computer price wars. It also helps if I talk into the mic. These are the questions we asked you, the important listener type person. Please tell us. Peru? I don't know about Peru. Alex might know about Peru. European wars, huh? I mean, I need more things. Hello, kids. It is me, your editor in chief. I bring editing and love to you. Also, recording. So much recording. We're going to have like, each episode's going to be like 2 hours or 3 hours, and then so much editing. All the editing. You'd be amazed how much gets cut out of an episode. Oh, that issue. Okay, thank you, OBS.
And in this case, it was this is the first time after 2 years. So,
Yeah, all the audio stuff had to be reinstalled because new computers, new this, new that. So, yes, audio should be fixed now. Have to put for some reason, it likes to put the microphone in stereo. So it sounds cool, but vocal audio typically should be in mono.
Yay, exactly. Yeah, Nate, it really is incredible. And I'm the one that does most of the talking. So I mean, in that sense, I'm more of the face of the podcast, but I try to say this every chance I get. This podcast would not exist without Jeffrey. He is the MVP superstar that gets all the audio stuff together, does all of the editing. It is an immense amount of work. He's something of a perfectionist, so it's even more work than it is for some podcasts. And he does all the research for the show notes, gets all of those great articles and all of that, and videos and whatnot that we put in there. So I mean, there would be no podcast without Jeffrey. So everybody, gives some love in the chat for Jeffrey here for everything he does.
Blood sacrifice? Really? No, I don't do blood sacrifices. Wait a second. I never checked. Hands clean. I'll have to check later during a commercial break in order to make sure that I'm completely blood free.
It's a running joke. Jeffrey, as we've said in the podcast, sometimes does work in technology and, of course, does computer stuff as a hobby as well, because for some reason he doesn't get enough torture from computers when he's on the job. So he tortures himself off the job, too. And Jeff is known for sometimes being a little clumsy. Nothing wrong with that. But it does mean that sometimes when he's rooting around in machines and connecting stuff together and using sharp implements, there will be a small amount of bleeding, and we like to joke that it's part of the process. It's the blood sacrifice to the technology gods to make sure that the technology is going to work properly. So that is why other references to blood sacrifices. We are not suddenly starting They Create Worlds, the satanic ritual podcast. It's all good.
Part of the running joke
and with
is
that,
if I bleed on a computer, as long as it's no longer touched again and the seal isn't broken, the computer will last forever.
Pretty much. Well, I think the audio issues are all sorted out now. Can we get one more green light here from the audience, from chat, to make sure that it's good?
According to the levels, it looks good. According to a lot of the other things I'm looking at, it looks good. I think we should be good. I'm seeing some clapping, so I think we're good.
Okay, so in a second here, we're going to start our actual audio recording for podcast purposes. So we'll get that set up, and then we'll actually get this giant party started.
All right. We got TCW 172. Dear God, that's a lot of them. Start at there. Save. Set. Go. Primed. Your audio's good. Hovering over the red button. Are you hovering over your red button?
I sure am.
3, 2, 1. Press the button, Crunk.
All right. Buttons are pressed. Looks like I'm recording and my levels are good.
I am also recording and levels look impressive. Or good.
All right.
Possibly both. Yay! Now I can actually record this and, something working. We think.
Excellent.
I know. All right. Computer Price Wars, Episode 1. Breakdown and Hostilities. I'll come up with some better title later. All of my titles are puns. Every single episode is a pun title. Just about. Unless I can't think of one. All right.
Shout out to the Emperor's New Groove.
Quite possibly my favorite Disney movie. Okay. Welcome to They Create Worlds. I'm Jeffrey, and I'm joined by my co-host, Alex.
Hello.
We come to you live from the past and the future and in the present. It really depends on when you're actually paying attention to us.
That's right. For those of you who didn't get the message, we are actually recording this episode live in front of a studio audience, by which I mean Twitch chat, and then editing this and putting it up for general consumption some amount of weeks later that I don't have track of right now. But the important thing is live episodes. So this is an edited version. It's not just a stream of the stream or whatever. But if there are some weird references here and there as we go through this to responding to comments and whatnot that you don't normally find in an episode, that's because of the live recording.
That is right. But I am editing it so that you, the final listener, won't have a regular They Create World podcast, and the people watching us live can have a chaotic How the Sausage Was Made.
Exactly. And that sausage today is home computers and how they were ground up to create price wars or something like that. Awful transition, but that's what we do here at They Create Worlds. We do good history and ridiculously bad transitions. But yes, it is the Home Computer Wars. 3-part episode. For once, we know it's 3 parts in advance, which may means it'll be 6. But 3 episodes that don't just go into the price wars themselves, but also just kind of set up the very idea of what is a home computer? Why is that different from having a computer in the home? How was this market perceived? How did it develop? And why did it go down in horrible flames as prices were on a race to the bottom?
Well, I guess we have to start off this entire episode with the obvious. How did hostilities break down or break out? Where did peace come to an end? I remember in previous episodes we have talked about such horrible things as Jack Tramiel and Commodore and how it's all his fault.
That's right. And we do some of that for shorthand. It's certainly not all Jack Tramiel's fault, but Commodore will be a central figure in what we have to tell here, as will their arch rival across a variety of consumer electronics, Texas Instrument. But before we get there, there is a lot of background to do on just how the entire concept of a home computer developed. Because just because smaller computers were beginning to appear in the middle of the 1970s as memory prices went down, as microprocessors came into existence, it doesn't mean that at that time people were seeing a future that was a computer on every desktop or a computer on every cell phone. It was still very much seen as a niche market and not necessarily where computing was going. But as the decade wore on, this would change. Now I just wait here patiently until Jeff says something, because we want to get some of that back and forth going between us, even though I do monopolize the talking.
Okay, so if it's not all Jack Tramiel's fault, who else can we blame?
Well, I just said that we're to the point where we're getting to the start of the whole thing, even before
fine.
that.
Okay. I'm completely lost at this moment. I'm paying attention to like
Excellent.
3 different things.
So you're fine. You're fine. Multitasking. So you can just say something about, so how did this home computer market thing get going? You substitute your own vernacular, but that would be a good one.
This is the stuff that gets cut out. All of it gets cut out. It goes bye-bye so that I look good, he looks good.
I
one
mean,
of us looks good.
let's not forget that Commodore did start in Canada. So, as a matter of fact, I do believe we can blame Canada.
Okay, I can use that. I'm going to use that. Somehow. Well, we do know that Commodore has its origins in Canada. So, obviously, like South Park says, we should blame Canada.
We're not starting with Commodore.
Oh,
I was just bantering with the
Fine.
people in chat.
Cut all that. I'm going to cut so much out of this episode. Oh, God.
Jeff hates editing these because they're pure chaos.
They are pure chaos. If we were actually scripted, this would actually be a lot easier to edit. As opposed to this where I go like,
scripting is
and
for...
this sentence has to be massaged this way. It's great.
I know. Canada's already apologized for Bryan Adams.
Oh, well, fine. As long as they have apologized. Okay, so that's the general setup of the war. How did hostilities actually break out? Who said, it's time to start dropping prices?
Okay. We need to back up here, Jeffrey. This episode isn't about prices.
They aren't?
Just repeat after me. So then, Alex. If home computers were not a thing in the 1970s.
If home computers were not a thing during the 1970s.
Then what exactly was going on at that time?
So what was going on during that time? Because obviously they weren't getting on the internet with their consoles.
Absolutely. So there was an emerging computer market in the 1970s. Throughout the 1960s and into the early 1970s, there had been some dramatic cuts in prices on what were called mini computers, which were kind of not quite as big and fancy and powerful as a mainframe, but still something that was mostly being used by scientists, engineers, and those types of people in their research. And as mini computers began to permeate and as time sharing began to permeate on both mainframes and on mini computers, we talked about that some in our recent roguelike episodes when we were talking about Unix and how it was spreading to these small mini computers. There was a new understanding that computing technology was starting to become cheap enough to bring into the home. However, at that time period, the big companies in computing, companies like IBM, CDC, DEC, Data General, did not see a future where people had their own personal computer in their house. What they saw was time-sharing networks developing and cheap video display terminals becoming available so that everyone could have their own little video display terminal in their home with a CRT, a typewriter style keyboard, and a modem, and would be able to dial into a time-sharing network and get their computing fixed that way. Kind of like if what we have now with the internet, except that obviously we don't have dumb terminals, we have smart computers, so you don't have to be hooked up to the internet to do anything. But it's basically a vision of the World Wide Web before such thing was ever a reality. Because of this, there was really no impetus from the big computer makers to create computers for the home, because that didn't seem like something that was going to be useful for the general public. However, what these individuals didn't count on was a burgeoning hobbyist community, which enjoyed building electronics of all types and then using those electronics, from things as simple as little transistor radio sets all the way up to actually building their own televisions and whatnot. And for this group of people, it really wasn't about just having access to a computer in terms of being able to access information that was on a mini computer someplace far away. They wanted to engage with a computer on a very technical level. They wanted to understand everything that was going on inside that computer. They wanted to lovingly craft it themselves. And then they wanted to play around with it, knowing that it was all theirs. It may be a very limited computer with a very small amount of memory that can barely do anything, but it's doing it for me and me alone, damn it. And that means something. So, in the hobbyist magazines of the time, magazines like Popular Electronics and Radio Electronics, there was initially a push for terminal kits, kits for dumb terminals, like we were just talking about, to interface with a time sharing system. But it soon became clear in the letters pages of those magazines that what people really wanted was not a terminal, they wanted a computer. And so, long story short, because this isn't a focus on the hobby market, that's how you get computers like the Altair and some of its early competitors, which were these little boxy kits where you had to solder everything together yourself and source your own power supply, often source your own case. And well, the Altair came with a case, but source your own components, put it all together, and have your own 2K, 4K. If you were really wealthy, you could buy some expansion boards and maybe get up to 16K memory. Yeah, shout out to the old Mark 8, Jonathan Titus, which was not so much a computer as a dream of a computer, because in that case, you did have to own case and everything, and all your components. You basically just got a circuit board and an instruction saying, "Thank you for buying this circuit board. Now buy all of these other components separately and put them on the circuit board, and voila, you have a computer." So this began as a hobbyist market, and this hobbyist market was never going to be mass market. The hobbyist market is not the home computer market, and nobody ever referred to this market that the Altair and the MSI and the Southwest Technical Products and the Sol 20 and all of these other machines were in as a home computer market, because this was really just people playing. However, this hobbyist mentality is what eventually led to the beginning of what you might call a market for computers in the home, which again is a separate idea from a home computer. So once these systems have been going for a little bit, and once some better processors were starting to get out there and prices were starting to come down, you had a movement towards providing fully assembled computers for an audience that is still going to probably be fairly technically savvy, but isn't necessarily going to be interested in building their own computers. Some of them may be even really interested in programming, but there really is a big divide between people who like soldering hardware and people who like programming. There are some crazy people out there like Ed Fries, late of Microsoft, who are mad geniuses at doing both. But a lot of people just want to do one or the other. So there was never going to be much of a market for just the hardware stuff. And at this point, you have companies, though, taking notice. So Commodore gets into the market with the PET computer, mostly because Chuck Peddle at MOS Technology, the chip maker, the semiconductor company, noticed that when they put out their low-cost 6502 8-bit microprocessor, which was a very revolutionary thing, they had also put out a tiny little development computer for it called the Chem 1, which was really meant to just be a debugger. It wasn't meant to even be a hobbyist computer like the Altair. But they noticed once they put that out that they actually had a really large demand, large in the context of the small hobbyist market. So we're talking about thousands, maybe tens of thousands, not higher than that. but a really large demand for the Kim 1 as a computer, even though it was completely unsuited to that. And so Chuck Peddle, based on this, decided at Moss, even before it was purchased by Commodore, to put together what he considered a real computer, which was doing a computer that was like a terminal that was used at, say, Dartmouth on the Dartmouth time-sharing system, because he was familiar with that system. So it was merging this hobbyist idea of having your own computer that came out of the Altair with the terminal idea that was coming out of the time-shared space, and creating something that was more user-friendly and more accessible to somebody who didn't want to solder everything together. And so you got the Commodore PET. The Apple II is a very similar kind of story, because Steve Wozniak was all about terminals. He knew mini computers. He wasn't really dialed in to what was going on with microprocessors, but he knew mini computers, he knew time sharing, and he was actually working on a terminal project for a completely different small company. This is before Apple Computer. And he was really interested in doing terminals. And then he went to Homebrew Computer Club and learned about microprocessors. And he was like, okay, so there are people here that are basically doing terminals, but with a microprocessor so that they can give it computer functionality. That sounds really cool. And so that's what got him to do the Apple I. And then, of course, the Apple II was an improvement on what they did in the Apple I. So it's coming out of this combination of these hobbyist computers and time-shared terminals. And then, of course, you have Radio Shack. Radio Shack is all about hobbyist stuff. They cater to hobbyists. And they had been following a massive fad for CB radios, consumer band radios, that had really been powering kind of their hobbyist business in the Radio Shack stores for a while. And that CB market was beginning to collapse, as all of these electronics fads tend to do. And so they were looking at another hobbyist market that they could leverage their incredible base of stores, thousands of stores across the United States, in order to keep making money. And they had some people on staff that had been following this hobbyist market, who had actually built Mark 8s and Altairs and all of that. And they were like, hey, we could get into computer kits. And then once they got into it, once they started building it, they realized, okay, this is going to be a very expensive kit. We cannot sell this as a kit, because our customers get a little PO'd at us when we sell them and I'm just pulling a random number here, but sell them a $50 kit. Don't know if they had $50 kits, but it's good for our purposes. But sell them a $50 kit, and they have no idea what they're doing, and they apply a 2-inch layer of solder to the entire back of the circuit board, and then come back and complain to us. It's like, hey, your stupid kit didn't work. Look at this. I connected everything to the board, and it doesn't work. And, the answer they want from you is not, well, maybe use a little less solder next time. No, it's your fault, the company. But, at $50, it stings a little, but you get on with your life. At $200, which is what a non-assembled computer kit would have probably cost if they had put it out, then people are going to get a little more upset at that kind of thing. So they were like, this is too complex. We cannot sell this as a kit. And so they decided to do a fully assembled computer. And so that was the birth of the Trinity in 1977. Now, I realize there were other systems doing the same thing at the same time, or in some cases even a little earlier. I mean, shout out to the Sol 20, which was a turnkey system even before that. But the difference here is that Tandy, major corporation with thousands of Radio Shack stores across the United States, Commodore, major corporation that had already been a big name in calculators, already had decent distribution, and already had big factory operations in the Far East, and Apple Computer, which was a small fry, but it was a small fry with very big venture capital backing. So even though they were the new kid on the block and the small outlet compared to these, or the small outfit compared to these other two, they were going to be able to get up to speed in the business in a way that a company like Processor Technology with its Sol 20 would not be able to do. So the birth of that so-called trinity of computers in 1977 was really a watershed moment, because it was the first time that you had big commercial ventures with good production facilities and decent financial backing putting out turnkey computers. In other words, computers that you don't have to assemble yourself, and trying to capture a market that was just bigger than the people that like solder guns. So some people have been tempted, some sources have been tempted to call that the beginning of personal computing or home computing or whatever you want to tell it. Hey, thanks for joining us. Happy to see you too, even though all I see is a green name on the screen. Glad you love the show. Happy you were able to tune into the live stream. Polly 88, okay, fine. Shout out to the Polly 88. There you go. That's all you get, or we'll be here till like midnight. And I don't mean night tonight. I mean midnight the next day. But there's your shout out. Train of thought. Shout out to all the streamers who like do this spontaneously and like, don't stumble through it all like those of us who do it once a year. Thank you for
they
your
have
service
a lot
as well.
more skill. And I mean, just like anything, it's practice. You go back to
Of
listening
course.
to episode 1 of this podcast and you listen to how it's done now. I can't listen to the earlier episodes. I want to go back there and fix them all.
Absolutely. Yeah. And sometimes I want to fix the facts too, because I keep learning more.
Mhm.
There was that one time where I stated very emphatically about Sega not adding a second processor to the Saturn at the last minute. That was lies. Horrible lies. In my defense, the way it is portrayed in most sources is also horrible lies. But there was a truth somewhere in between what I said and what other sources said. So, that happened. Oh God, yes. Someday, and I do mean this. I'm not just being sarcastic to address the chat. Someday we will probably
Uh-oh.
talk, some of which had games on them as well. But it is not this day. We got to keep moving. So much moving. So much coverage.
Many coverages.
Love it. All of these 70s tech heads in here with all of their computers.
I do know one
Um,
trick
good
for
stuff.
dealing with chat, though. You always
But
repeat whatever
really-
they ask and then respond to it.
But really, even this arrival of the Trinity was not the arrival of an actual home computer business, because quite frankly, these computers were expensive. Like really, really expensive. The Commodore PET, even with Jack Tramiel always doing his best to create a product as cost effectively as possible. Some might call it cheap, but there is a bit of a distinction between what Jack Tramiel does between being merely cheap and being cost effective. But even with all of that, it's one of those times when Alex stalls because he has too many windows open and needs to get to the right one.
Why do you have so many
That's
references?
something that happens on the recording all the time.
Yep.
Had an introductory price of $795 in 1977 money, which is around $3,500 in today's money. The Apple II of course, was famously much more expensive than that. Your Apple II computer was coming in at $1,300, almost $6,000 in today's money. TRS-80 was indeed the cheapest of the lot, Nate. The TRS-80 was able to undercut both of its competitors here, mostly because they sourced a very cheap monitor by going to RCA and using a discontinued model, and because with their wide distribution into their own Radio Shack stores, they had some economies of scale in their manufacturing and their retail distribution. They were the cheap guys. You could have one of those things for $599.95, $600, which was north of $2,600 in today's money. And
600?
what were you getting for that money? Well, you were mostly getting an 8K computer. You could get more memory than that. You could get 16K. You could even really expand and get up to 48K. But the more memory you bought, the more money you were paying over top of these introductory prices. You were getting an 8K computer that, in the case of the TRS-80 and the Commodore PET, couldn't even do real graphics. The Apple II could do a bitmapped screen. The other two could only do characters. That didn't have a disk drive. Again, you could get disk drives, but we're talking about in this base price. Didn't have a disk drive, had to rely on cassette, and didn't have any other peripherals that could potentially make a computer useful for other tasks, like, say, a printer. You're spending a lot of money for very little. Yeah, that's true. The base Trash A model was 4K. In the case of Commodore, it was 8K. They dabbled with doing a 4K model and decided against it, so it only got a limited release. So that 795 was 8K, and Apple II went up to 8K. But yeah, the TRS-80 was only 4K. Absolutely. So you weren't getting much for that money. And you weren't getting much of anything that could justify its use. It was really still just a hobbyist computer. Yes, as I said a second ago, Ethan, yeah, the 4K model did come out, but it was very quickly swept aside. But there was a time where you could buy a 4K Commodore PET. Some sources say that they ditched it before it even launched. Those sources are wrong, because we do have primary sources that show that they advertised the 4K PET. But yeah, it really didn't last long. 4K was a dead end, even at the very beginning. So really, these were still hobbyist computers. They were just hobbyist computers for people that liked software and didn't like assembling hardware. There was nothing like a personal computer market, really, and there definitely wasn't a home computer market. Nobody even considered something like the Apple II suitable for the home. Nobody considered a $1,200 product to be a home product. And quite frankly, Apple didn't really consider it a home product either. I mean, they knew what they were doing. The concept of a home computer, such as it is, really didn't arrive until a couple of years later. And it shouldn't be a surprise that this concept really didn't come out of hobbyist companies, which is what Tandy and Apple really were. And it didn't come out of Commodore, which really was trying to put most of its focus on businesses with its computer, because it had a fancy pants 80-column display, unlike some of its competitors in the 40-column world, like the Apple II, which you could eventually get an add-on for to make it 80 columns, but it was natively 40 columns. It was really coming out of the consumer electronics business side of the market, and it was really coming out largely of the video game industry. And the reason for this is companies that were in the video game industry or were just about to get into the video game industry in 1978 saw these computers coming along and saw the success that they had. I mean, despite the limitations, the TRS-80 did sell about 100,000 units in 1978. Commodore sold about 25,000 pets. Apple sold about 20,000 Apple IIs. So there is this great myth that the Apple II and Apple Computer launched the microcomputer industry or the personal computer industry, swept aside all competition and rode off gloriously into the sunset. And that's not true. They were actually well behind, both because of their price and because they were such a new company that just took a while to ramp up both its manufacturing capability and its distribution network. And so the TRS-80 was doing pretty well considering all of its limitations. And this caused the video game industry to really sit up and take notice and be like, okay, wait a minute. If there's this much interest in these kind of computers when they're this price and have this limited functionality, we have engineers too. We understand how Moore's law works. We know that computers are going to get more capable, that memory is going to come down, that more powerful processors are going to come out, etc. There's a real appetite for this computer stuff, and those machines are going to be able to do everything that we can and more, and this could be a real problem. And so there was a really sudden shift in 1978 across just about everyone involved in the video game industry into deciding, oh my God, we have to get into home computers. And so they were trying to expand into this space from the bottom. So you had Atari when they were in the process of putting together their next generation video game system that they didn't anticipate releasing before 1979 or 1980. They had just released the VCS in 1977, but they were already working on their next implementation. They decided, okay, well, wait a minute. Do we really want this to be a console or do we want it to be a home computer? And they went to the leadership of the company, which at that time was Nolan Bushnell and Joe Keenan, and they asked them that question. Okay, as we're building a successor to the VCS, do we want a video game system or a home computer? And they said yes, which is what was the genesis of the Atari 400, 800 project. Initially, the low-end system was going to be strictly a video game machine. Obviously, they were both computers by the time it was done. But that was the starting point. So they're getting involved. Mattel, they're looking at breaking into this market. They've been a little uneasy about the market. They've been trying to break in since 1977, but they've seen some of the ups and downs in the dedicated console market, and they're a little afraid. And so they decide, the way that we can really leapfrog the competition in this volatile market is we can position ourselves as the video game system that's also a computer. And so from the very beginning, the Intellivision was positioned as buy the Intellivision for, at the time they were saying $250. That wasn't the reality when it launched, but they were saying buy the Intellivision for $250 and you're going to have a great video game system that's better than the rest of the competition. And then buy our $250 computer expansion. And then you're going to have a $500 computer that is better than a $600 TRS-80. And I'm sure that home computer expansion is going to just go great for Mattel. Just absolutely great.
I think we had a whole episode on how it did not.
Something like that. Then you have the people at Dave Nutting Associates who are seeing all this computer stuff and are like, we can just, we can take our arcade technology, which is a very advanced for the time system. It's an actual system hardware, one of the first in the business. And we can turn this into a home console that has some built-in computer capability, and then we can put out an expansion that turns it into a full computer. Magnavox is like, why are all these people doing computers? I thought the future was televisions. But I guess if people are doing computers, we can put a keyboard on our new system, the Odyssey 2, and we can call it a computer trainer. That'll be great. And so the Odyssey 2 is not really billed as a computer, but it's billed as a stepping stone because there's this real sense, and you see it in the trade publications of the time. There's this real sense that the video game industry feels they're about to be overtaken. And so everyone is either saying, look at our great computer, or look at our great system that is cheaper than a computer, but will allow you to train for the day when computers are available. And then finally, there was APF bravely forging its way through the market as the underdog with its MP1000, who basically looked at all of these other companies that were putting out computers or computer expansions to their systems, and they were basically like, "Oh shit, everyone else is doing it. We have to do it too." And I'm not just saying this to make fun of them. I mean, the interviews we have with people from APF, that is exactly what their mindset was. They saw that these other companies were getting into this computer thing, and they were like, "Oh, if everyone else is doing it, we better do this as well." And so they created the Imagination Machine, which could be docked with their MP1000 cartridge video game system in order to create a computer. So this was the theme of the late 1970s. It's like the home computer's here, the home computer's now, and the home computer's going to take over. And in my opinion, it's possible they may have been right if it had not been for a little governmental organization. Here it comes. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. Known as the Federal Communications Commission, or the FCC.
Not the
We'll
FDA.
give that one a moment. We'll give that one a moment to sink in. For the chat. For the chat.
They're starting to react to it. Let's say it again. F
F
C C
F C C.
Let's
There he is.
let's say it. Let's say it like we're saying omelette du fromage. F C C.
There's our guy. So we've talked about the problems in this period of time before with regulation by the Federal Communications Commission, and with the way it was very detrimental to the video game industry. We've talked a little bit about the problems that it caused for the computer industry as well, though we haven't talked about that side of things in as much detail. And we also haven't always approached the FCC situation with a great deal of nuance because I am not a technical person. While Jeff is a technical person, he's not the type of technical person that is measuring emissions. And so this is not our area of expertise. But there is a fellow in the chat right now by the name of Quarter Past 83. Who is definitely all about this stuff. And he has done much more in-depth research than we have on this issue, and has, in fact, shared some of this research with us. And so I do want to take a second here, because why not? We're here all day anyway, and talk about what some of the problems were with the FCC system. And Dale, Quarter Past, will no doubt be furiously correcting me in the chat as we go along, but, you know, that's okay. Basically, the main problem here is that the standards set by the FCC were set really quite a long time ago, at a time when no one was hooking stuff up to things anyway. And when I say quite a long time ago, I mean, like 1938. Dale can correct me if I'm wrong, but that's about the time this. Yep, there he is, 1938. That's the time this regulation was starting at the very, very beginning of the nascent television industry. And at that time, the full implications were really not known about how damaging RFI could be, radio frequency interference could be. And so they erred really, really on the side of caution and set the allowable RFI uh, to 15 microvolts. Now, that's a really small number. Even someone not technical like me knows that that's a really small number. But here's another problem. They didn't have equipment back then sensitive enough to pick up interference at that level. You couldn't actually pick up a frequency of 15 microvolts, which meant that basically if you had any interference at all, if you had something that was measurable, you had too much. If they could measure it, you were already over the line. So this was a de facto zero tolerance policy for class 1 devices. This wasn't that huge a deal necessarily until you really started to get into the concept of add-ons to your television. And the video game was one of the very first of those, but it was not the only one. There was work being done on VTRs, which is what they called VCRs back then, which is what they called DVD players back then for you people that are of a younger generation. I kid. But and there were disc systems, laser disc. There were things starting to be created that could actually hook up to televisions. Actually had to broadcast a signal. And this became a real issue because the standards were so stringent. There was basically, as I said, a zero tolerance policy for any kind of leakage. This required everybody that was dealing with the FCC to basically put a ridiculous amount of metal in their devices, shielding their modulator, so that none of those emissions leaked out as you were broadcasting your signal through the RF modulator to the television.
And metal's expensive, kids, especially heavy metal. You wonder why old electronics weigh so much? This is why.
Exactly. It's just absolutely terrible. And so it creates two problems. It creates the price problem, as you said, because putting all that metal in is expensive. And it creates a performance problem because it is hard to cool a system that you are surrounding in metal. So electronics get hot, kids. And metal is really good at getting hot too when you put it next to something that is hot.
It is a conductor.
Exactly. So this was a real situation, and it caused a lot of failures in this first group. There were a couple that got around it. The Commodore PET didn't have to worry about this because the Commodore PET actually had a metal case, which is not the standard, but basically Commodore owned an office furniture company, and they were able to actually create a fairly reasonably priced metal case because they had the economies of scale of being integrated with this company already working in metal. So the Commodore PET was a giant shield. So, it was fine. And Apple got around this in the early days by saying, no. This isn't a consumer product that hooks up to a television. The Apple II is an industrial product. This is an industrial computer. And the restrictions were less strict. They weren't subject to type approval in the same way. And so they did not bundle their RF modulator with the Apple II, because if they did, the jig would have been up. They sold it separately. So this inhibited sales a little bit for them, because it was just another step that the general public wasn't going to want to do, having to integrate all of these pieces together. But it did mean that they could have their computer without all of this trouble. Radio Shack had all sorts of problems. The TRS 80 Model 1 was eventually discontinued because they were having hopeless troubles trying to make this work. The home computers that were coming out, it was disastrous for the Bally Professional Arcade. The Dave Nutting Associates system was manufactured by Bally because it screwed up cost structure. It overheated the system, causing defects in the first wave that was manufactured. It was bad, 50 different ways. It was terrible. Other systems in this kind of mid-range, they had to raise their price. Atari did finally release their two computers, the 400 and the 800, but they had to price them relatively high, in part because they had to load a lot of shielding. I think that's part of the reason. I'm not positive, but I think that's part of the reason why they decided to make them both computers, because they had planned for what became the 400 to be the fancy game system and the 800 to be kind of the home computer. But then, because of all the shielding, they had to substantially increase the price of both of them. And so the 800 was no longer like a friendly home computer, and the 400 was no longer really the cost of the game system. So they're like, fine, we'll make the 800 a high-end computer and the 400 a low-end computer. And they ended up having to release those systems at $549.99 for the Atari 400 and $999.99 for the entire Atari 800. So again, getting to that expensive range. And that FCC stuff, I just think, really killed the ability for this to happen. So the computer market did not materialize in 1978. And I think those FCC regulations were a big part of that. There was also still the use problem. That was the other part of it. Okay, you can make a computer for home users, but what are they going to do with it? Oh, they're going to play games with it? I mean, that's great, but can't they just buy a video game system that's $200, $300 cheaper to play the games? What else is it going to do? There are word processor programs. Okay, that's great. So I can type a letter in a computer. But now I have to buy a multi-$100 printer to print that out. Why aren't I just going to keep writing my letters by hand, or buying a typewriter, which is going to cost me about the same much as the computer does, but I don't need a separate printer to be able to make my letters sendable to my friends. So, I mean, it's like, there's the problem of what to do with it. There's the FCC problem that makes them too expensive, makes them hard to justify. So that market doesn't develop in 1978. However, we do start seeing a move in this direction into 1979 and into 1980, even though we don't have a full market yet. And that really comes down to two companies that will continue to be important throughout the rest of this story. And that's Atari and Texas Instruments.
Well, we've talked about those two a lot.
Absolutely. So Atari is a real mover here, because even though they do have to sell those computers for maybe more than they had hoped in the beginning, they did release something in the Atari 400 that may have had its problems, may have been limited in a lot of ways, but it was a $550 system, so cheaper even than the TRS-80, that offered 8K of memory in its base configuration, which by 1979 is not great. At that point, you're looking at 16K being really the baseline for lower systems, and 48K starting to become more influential in higher range systems. but it's 8K is not 4K like the TRS-80. So it's got some memory, and of course you can expand the memory a little bit. But the big thing is it's actually good for playing games. And this is something that we have to remember, and we talked about this in our early Apple II games episode. This is something we have to remember, is that computers in the 1970s, home computers, were really not good for playing games. The PET and the TRS-80 were character-based. We talked about that. You could have some primitive graphics because the characters were not just letters and numbers. There were little blocky characters that could be used for walls and other graphical elements as well. So there was a small amount of graphical capability you could get out of that, but not a huge amount. And the Apple II didn't have what we now call sprites. It had graphics and it had color graphics, but it was a bit-mapped screen only, which means that rather than moving around little individual small chunks of pixels, which is what a sprite is it's a chunk of pixels of a certain size that you can move independently of updating the rest of the screen so that they're less resource intensive. You had to update the entire Apple II screen every time something moved because it was just a bitmap. You were drawing the entire screen, and each pixel of that screen was housed in memory. So Apple had two modes. They had a high-res mode that had fewer colors, but allowed for more detailed graphics, more detailed drawings. And they had a low-res mode that was more colorful, but had really, really blocky sprites. In the early days, because most Apples had a small amount of memory, most people didn't have 12, 16, 48K Apples. They had 4 8K Apples. There was not enough screen memory to do really good graphics because of how resource intensive a bitmap screen was. So if you look at 1970s Apple computer games, they are either almost entirely devoid of color because they're using the high-res mode to try to get better shapes, or they have the blockiest sprites you have ever seen in your life, just these big, huge blobs that can barely represent anything.
We're
that are
looking
more
at
colorful.
you, lemonade stand.
Because you can get more colors that way. And all of the games were fairly slow because so many resources were being used. Now, the Apple would be able to do more later because people would upgrade the memory. And there would be the Apple II Plus that came out in 79, and there was more that you could do. But in this very beginning, it wasn't suited for it. And the other two computers weren't suited for it as well. Well, the Atari 400, as limited as it was compared to its big brother, the 800, showed that you could have a computer at what I would call a mid-ranged price, under $600, that could actually do compelling games. It gave a purpose for the computer. Even if that computer was still largely a frivolous purpose, it gave a purpose for that computer. And it was also, they also advertised how it was relatively easy to use because it had a cartridge slot. It was blending some of the easier to use technology. No loading programs from tape or floppy disk. I mean, you could. Obviously, you could get those expansions to it as well, but you could get cartridges and plug and play within that system. The 800 as well, but of course, the 800 is more expensive, which is why we're focusing on the 400. And at the launch of the computer, they released a little game called Star Raiders. And Star Raiders really became the first killer app for computers in the home, which again is different from home computers, but computers in the home. Now, this is the same year that Apple is releasing VisiCalc. Well, I mean, Apple's not releasing VisiCalc. I know that. Let me rephrase that. This is the same year that VisiCalc is being released for the Apple II and is finally giving a reason for small businesses to have computers, small computers. But VisiCalc isn't bringing the computer into the home. It's not making a case for why mom and dad should get a computer for little Johnny. Star Raiders and the Atari 400 are making that case. Here's a computer with pretty good graphics, some pretty good audio. Shout out to the Pokey Chip. Thank you, chat. And some relative ease of use. And this is making a case for a computer that is worth having in the home. So that's one part of the equation that's starting to get people waking up to this. The other part of the equation is that Texas Instruments decides to get involved, even if their first involvement was a little bit disastrous. These days, when we talk about this early computer business, kind of the common narrative is you had all of these small specialty companies, these companies like Apple and like Tandy and all of this that are getting into the computer market, but that what everyone was really looking for legitimacy of the market, what the public was looking for in terms of legitimacy of the market, and what the industry was looking for in terms of bringing legitimacy to their product was IBM getting into the business. Because IBM was the big business company, gold standard in mainframe computers. Nobody ever got fired for buying IBM, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And that's absolutely true. IBM was part of that equation. But what people don't actually realize a lot of the time these days is that the companies at the time were equally concerned about Texas Instruments getting into the market. Because TI had become the company that was really forging the way in consumer electronics products. And they were doing this because they were basically throwing around their clout. TI had started as a chip company. I mean, it started as an oil exploration company. But for the purposes of our narrative here and its place in consumer electronics, we're going to say that TI started as a chip company. I know that's not strictly true. They made their mark by being the first company to perfect a process of doping silicon in order to create silicon semiconductors. Before that, before they did that in 1954, everyone had to use germanium, which had a bunch of problems with it. Even though they were a small player in electronics at the time, they rode that silicon wave to become the largest chip company, the largest chip producer in the world. And as there started to be consumer applications for chips in things like calculators, they became the biggest supplier of chips to these nascent industries. But then the Japanese started getting much more heavily involved because the Japanese were behind in semiconductor technology. But as was the case in many fields that the Japanese entered, they were quick learners. They studied up on emerging technologies. They learned how to work with them, and then they learned how to refine them and improve the process and bring down costs and manufacture stuff that's just as good, if not better, than the competition for cheaper. And so in the early 1970s, the calculator boom started at the end of the 1960s. And at the beginning of the 1970s, around 1972, it became clear to TI that with all of these calculators being manufactured in Japan, many of them are being built there because they also have very efficient manufacturing. The Japanese were learning how these chips worked, learning how to improve on these chips, and they were getting close to the point where they would be able to cut out the middleman and just make their own chips to put in their own calculators and leave the big companies in the US like Texas Instruments high and dry. And so as response to this, Texas Instruments made the fateful decision to not just be a supplier of chips for the calculator industry, but to actually build their own calculators. And they instigated a price war. This is foreshadowing, people. They instigated a price war in the calculator business because they had economies of scale. Now, they weren't just giving their chips away to themselves. Their chip operation was actually making a profit on their consumer electronics operation. Their chip operation was selling the chips to their consumer operation, but they were still selling their chips to themselves at a cheaper price than they were selling their chips to anybody else. And so TI could undercut everybody on price. And so TI drove a rapid race to the bottom. In like a 3-year period or something like that, pocket calculators went from like $300 to $995. I mean, we are talking about a ridiculous drop in price. And it drove a lot of companies out of the business. It nearly killed Commodore, which was knee-deep in calculators that they were having manufactured in Japan. And it completely redefined Texas Instruments' place in the consumer electronics market. They went on to do the same thing in digital watches. Now, in digital watches, they ended up being swept away by the competitors that were eventually able to undercut even them, but they started the same process. Digital watches, when they first came around, were very expensive. TI came in, started making their own. Prices fell drastically, and that market fell apart. Not such a neat idea after all. But TI was known as the company that would get into a consumer electronics business, leverage their chip capabilities, and drive everyone else out of the market. So Texas Instruments was just as feared, if not more feared, than IBM as a result of all of this in terms of getting into this market. And the other thing is, Texas Instruments had a great deal of success in microprocessors as well. We don't think of Texas Instruments being a microprocessor powerhouse in the 1970s because we tend to think about microprocessors from a computer standpoint. We think about the 6502, we think about the Z80, we think about the 8-bit microprocessors. We don't often think about 4-bit microprocessors. But the Texas Instruments 4-bit microprocessor, the TMS 1000, was the de facto standard in 4-bit microprocessors. It was in everything. It was in all the calculators. It was in all the watches. It was in all the handheld electronic games. Video games couldn't be run off of a 4-bit microprocessor because you couldn't drive a display with it. But that big handheld boom that we've talked about before that occurred between 1976 and 1978, that was largely driven by the Texas Instruments chip. So they were selling, millions of those things. It was crazy. And so this was the real threatening company. But then a funny thing happened on the way to Texas Instruments' dominance of the computer business. They overshot themselves. They went too far. Because after the TMS 1000 took over everything, they looked over the market and they looked at all of these 8-bit microprocessors that were going into these computers, and they said, "Lo, this 8-bit technology is puny technology, and we laugh at it." There's also already way too much competition in this 8-bit microprocessor realm, so we don't want to sully ourselves by getting involved in it.
The cat
So
is
they
not
decided-
amused.
Yes, the cat has appeared. Spelunky hasn't come in yet, but I will probably get a cat cameo at some point when she realizes my door is open and I'm in here. Got a lot of hours to go, so I'm sure that'll happen. So they decided that they would skip the 8-bit market entirely and go straight to a 16-bit microprocessor and dominate the 16-bit market in the same way that they had already, with the TMS 1000, dominated the 4-bit market.
Did you like the 4-bit processor? Well, now you can have twice the capability by multiplying them together and then getting 16-bit power with Texas Instruments.
So they decided to make themselves a little chip called the TMS 9900, which was introduced in June 1976. And this was going to be the 16-bit microprocessor that swept away all the 8-bit microprocessors in the field. Now, when they introduced this processor in 76, they were not planning to make a computer. Yeah, they'd gotten into calculators. Yeah, they'd gotten into watches. But they weren't really planning to get into a home computer at this point. They were releasing this microprocessor so that these other companies already involved in that market could leapfrog the technology and use their 16-bit processor. Not only is that almost 10,000, Ethan, but far more importantly than that, it is over 9,000! Very important. Well, it turns out nobody wanted a 16-bit microprocessor. At that time, there really wasn't enough of an advantage to it. By this point, there was a very robust 8-bit microprocessor market, and you essentially had two really good choices in that market. You had the Z80, which was kind of the gold standard of 8-bit functionality, just a beautifully designed chip by Federico Faggin at his company Zilog. Faggin had designed the 8080 processor for Intel, and then he left Intel and was like, the 8080 was fine, but I can do better. And so he released the Z80, which was basically a better 8080, and it was fully backwards compatible. So in this period, Intel was really not ruling the roost. It would take IBM choosing their 16-bit microprocessor for the PC that got Intel really going. Intel was being overshadowed by the Z80. And then if the Z80 was just a little bit too pricey for you, you had the 6502 from MOS Technology, which was a low-cost version, essentially, of Motorola 6800. And it was just a really efficiently designed chip. And so it was a cracking processor in its own right. And there are people, there are 6502 people and there are Z80 people, and I'm not a technical person. They do things slightly differently, which makes them hard to directly compare. The Z80 has a higher clock speed, but the 6502 is able to accomplish some of the same stuff using fewer cycles, which negates some of that clock speed advantage. So there's definitely holy wars over 6502 or Z80. And then there are those poor people that were, sticking with Motorola, but we don't talk about them. Hi, Tandy Color Computer. We'll come back to you later. But, this was basically the 8-bit market, and those were both good processors, and you had good power for price. And therefore, nobody wanted a 16-bit processor. And so the TMS 9900 was basically dead on arrival. Well, Texas Instruments being Texas Instruments, this is ingrained in the culture of the company. They were not going to fail. The 9900 was a beautiful piece of technology. Beautiful piece of technology. And if the unwashed masses, and if the unwashed, Alex can't speak, and if the unwashed masses can't see that, we'll build our own computer with computer blackjack and internet hookers.
The classy kind.
And so, exactly. So they decided their own range of computers, actually. So in 1977, at their brand new consumer electronics facility in Lubbock, Texas, they inaugurated a computer group. And this computer group began work on a range of 3 computers. They were basically going to use their 16-bit microprocessor to sweep the entirety of what constituted the computer market at that time. They were going to make a low cost, low being relative in these days, but still low cost computer in about the $300 to $400 range. Something that could compete with the Atari product as well as some of these game console hybrid, computer console hybrids like the Bally system. Then they were going to create what they called a scientific calculator type of computer, a $1,000 computer, something that was for engineers, for small businesses, for people that needed to do a small amount of figuring but didn't need to do all sorts of fancy stuff. In the $1,000 range, something that was more competing with the Apple II. And then they were going to make their super high-end business computer, something that could compete with the mini computer market, for around $7,000. Great. So they start work on these 3 computers, and they immediately run into problems. They have trouble getting buy-in with management. There's managerial shuffles. There's engineers that are inexperienced with this kind of work, and they're having trouble hiring engineers that are experienced with computers because TI is very much we hire fresh-faced grads and then we promote them through the company and everyone's here for life and all of this kind of stuff. And so they had real problems getting these computers together. So they finally decided, okay, we're going to scrap the higher-end computers and we're really just going to focus in on this consumer computer. Texas Instruments is already big in consumer electronics. Let's scrap everything and do like the $400 computer. Great. That'll work. Well, then there's another change. And in 1978, another engineering manager comes in and he's like, $400 computer? You can't do anything with a $400 computer. That's ridiculous. We're redesigning this thing. So at the end of the day, they finally end up with 1 computer model instead of 3. The TI-99. And this computer is going to retail in 1979 for a whopping $1,150. Way too expensive for what it's purporting to be. With the 8-bit computers being much cheaper and becoming more powerful and more memory coming in, with even something like the Apple II becoming more capable as they release subsequent models, nobody can really be convinced to work with this computer. But it's still a turning point. Despite the fact that the computer is a turning point, or despite the fact that the computer is a failure, it is still a turning point because it's still, look, here is Texas Instruments. Here is the king of consumer electronics saying that this is a field worth being in. And also, like Atari, there's a cartridge slot. They're trying to promote ease of use. They're promoting kind of this idea that you can bring this into the home and you can do things with it. And it also is a very competent games player because there's another chip in there, a very important chip, the TMS 9918, which is the graphics chip. And this is made to be a really, really good sprite mover. In fact, as far as we know, this is one of those things that it's hard to track down 100%, but so far the legends seem to hold up. It is actually from the TI-99 that we get the term sprite.
Really?
Yes. They were the ones that provided that name. The Atari VCS had sprites, what we today call sprites, but they called them player missile graphics. The Intellivision had what we today called sprites, but they called them mobs, movable objects. There were a lot of terms being used for this concept. And TI, for whatever reason, I don't know why they chose that name specifically. Obviously, it's a reference to the mythological creature. I think it has to do with something small and bright flitting around the screen because sprites are small and glowy. They're the ones that came up with the term sprite, which became the standard term that everyone used afterwards, because Texas Instruments is the king of consumer electronics. So, I mean, when they say something, people take notice, even if their computer is a failure. And in this case, the TI-99 was an absolute failure. It was dead on arrival in its original incarnation. We'll get back to them. Still, though, 1979 is a turning point because you have Atari and Texas Instruments showing, you know what? You can actually get really good graphics on a computer, and you can get really good games on a computer. And so maybe you can get these into the home. And they were pushing them for more than games. In fact, Atari kind of made a mistake by pushing too much in the other direction. They were really trying to push the educational and home productivity sides of their 400 and 800 computers as well. They were releasing educational cartridges and accounting package cartridges. And in their advertising, they were giving this stuff equal billing to games. They were really not wanting to pigeonhole it into the games market. Now, that other stuff wasn't gaining any traction, but, there was that real attempt. So you had that going on. And meanwhile, you had VisiCalc showing that, okay, small businesses do have a reason to have a computer. And so there's some excitement starting to build here at the end of the decade. And then the other influence Texas Instruments has that has been overstated, but we're still going to talk about it briefly, is they play a role in ending these FCC regulations. Now, we've said in the past that they were kind of the key player, and we did that based on really the testimony of their competition, who were all very salty about it. And so they were letting some of their salt get in the way of their perception of what happened. In truth, there was a move that started in the early 1970s from companies like RCA that were involved in video disc and other non-video game applications that you were plugging into your TV. There was already a movement underway from the beginning of the 1970s to get the standards lowered for these consumer devices so that the zero tolerance policy was no longer a thing in type approval. It's just that these processes take a long time. You have to lobby, you have to get their attention. Then after you get their attention, they have to, the FCC has to ask for comments. And then once they ask for comments, they have to draft new regulations based on those comments. And then they have to ask for comments based on those drafts. And then they have to revise and comment and revise and comment. It's bureaucracy. It takes a while. So this movement was actually starting even before the video game systems and computers of 1977 and 1979 were coming out. And by 1979, this process was drawing close to its conclusion. The problem was it wasn't concluding fast enough for Texas Instruments. Texas Instruments' computer was coming out in 1979. And they did not want to have to conform to the higher standards because they already had an expensive computer at 1150. It would have been much more expensive if they also had to comply with the FCC regulations. So even as this commenting process was running its course, TI asked for an exception to the general rule on interference standards. Well, this just caused a firestorm across the entire computer and video game industry, because companies like Atari that had to shield the hell out of their systems and raise their prices accordingly were like, no, we had to comply with these strict standards. We had to base our cost structure on these strict standards. It would be entirely unfair if Texas Instruments got themselves an exemption and doesn't have to, and gets an unfair competitive advantage because they can lower their price based on the fact that they don't have to put all the shielding in. So there were hearings, there was lots of opposition. But at the end of the day, TI got their exemption, and they probably got their exemption because they had powerful friends in Washington. Now, we can't know that for certain. It could very well be that the FCC, and I'm not being sarcastic in saying this, it could very well be that the FCC decided the standards are being revised soon anyway. They make a good point that they're too strict and we're changing them, so we might as well just give them the exception.
Or maybe as a trial run to see how does Texas Instrument putting out a computer that has less stringent standards might start affecting things so that we have a ballpark as to where we need to move things.
Oh no, they don't do that. No, government doesn't test things, in the general public. That would be chaos. Chaos.
Or at least
But
when they do it, they keep it under very secret wraps.
But they might have decided, just based on that circumstances, to do it. However, it is also true that the Texas congressional delegation was a very, very powerful delegation. Some of the most influential congressmen at that time came from Texas. Now, Congress doesn't have direct control over the administrative portion of the executive branch, something that Republicans in Congress have been wailing and gnashing their teeth about, and Democrats too. It's just Republicans are more associated with it for a very long time, the so-called unelected fourth branch of government. So it's not like they can order the FCC to do their thing. But they do have ways of applying pressure because they do have the power of the purse. They do control the budget. They do have the ability to write legislation that changes what an administrative organization is able to do. So they have some power. It's just not direct power. So they can't order the FCC to grant the exception, but they can comment. They can do what are essentially amicus briefs. It's not a judicial hearing, so it's not called an amicus brief, but they can essentially do an amicus brief and say this is a good idea. And then behind the scenes, they can apply a little more pressure. And at this time, the great state of Texas congressional delegation included Mr. Jim Wright, who was the House Majority Leader and would later become Speaker of the House. And it also included George Mahon, who was a big muckety-muck in appropriations and happened to also be the congressman representing the district that included Lubbock, Texas, where the consumer division of TI was housed. Now, we don't have any definite proof about influence. Wright did write a letter to the FCC saying that he thought the standard should be changed. So he was lending his influence. There's no evidence that Mahon did anything. He didn't publicly comment in any way, though I would find it truly shocking if the representative from Lubbock, who is also such an incredibly influential congressman, didn't lend his influence behind the scenes. But we have no proof that he did. I mean, he may not have. Either way, TI got their exemption, and very soon afterwards, which would have happened regardless of the TI exemption, the FCC loosened the restrictions. So now at the start of the 1980s, you have a proof of concept showing that you can have glitzy, colorful gaming computers that also have additional functionality. You have VisiCalc showing that small businesses have a reason to own microcomputers, and this starts an expansion of the market. And you have FCC regulations being lifted so that now companies are not burdened by having to put all sorts of extra shielding and thus raise the cost of their systems to huge heights. In addition to that, Moore's law is continuing to occur, is continuing to be true, I should say, in that you have prices constantly falling relative to power. Therefore, you're starting to see computers that can reasonably have more memory. You're starting to see 16K become a standard even in cheaper computers, and you're starting to see 48K become a standard in more expensive computers, which again allows for more robust capabilities on these computers. So now, as we enter the 1980s, we're in a situation where, okay, maybe computers aren't just for hobbyists anymore. Maybe these microcomputers aren't just tinker toys. Maybe we can start marketing computers both to small business users that need something a little more powerful and a little more expensive in the $1,000 to $3,000 range that can help them run their business. We'll call these personal computers. I'm just talking about the marketing parlance of the day. And then maybe there's also a market for something that is a little cheaper, a little less powerful in its calculations, but can have really flashy graphics and sound, can play games, can be used for a little bit of home productivity, and has some educational benefits that we can sell for more like $600. And we'll call that a home computer. And so now that we've kind of laid the groundwork for what a computer was, what a microcomputer was, and how microcomputer markets were defined in the late 1970s and into 1980. In our second part, we will look at the actual birth of this home computer market and the ways that especially Commodore and Texas Instruments started to define this market and then just as quickly began to destroy this market.
Well, I guess we get to, now that we, how do I want to phrase this? Now that we understand the setup of where the computers came from, how they started to get into the home, and they're not just necessarily for enthusiasts anymore. And then we have all these pressures from competition, manufacturing, and regulation to help drive the prices down. We're setting up a nice little box with nitroglycerin and kaboomies in order to start a war. Nothing from you?
Oh, yeah, I can comment there. Absolutely. I have been known to talk from time to time on this show, just every so often. Yeah, absolutely. That's definitely a way to put it because this new kind of paradigm really set the stage for what was going to be an incredibly intense competition. And it's just like all the other consumer electronics. There were cycles at this period of time. You had calculators explode into relevance as a commercial product and as a consumer product, and then crash and burn very quickly. Then you had digital watches do the same thing. You had dedicated video game consoles, the non-programmables, do the same thing. You almost had video game consoles do the same thing. They managed to avoid it. Spoiler alert, they only put it off for a few years, but they managed to avoid it in the late 1970s because Space Invaders came along and rescued them, basically. But you had the same thing that was starting to happen in video games, and home computers, or computers in the home, personal computers, were kind of above it all because they weren't that kind of consumer product yet. But as soon as these factors and these influences at the beginning of the 1970s, or at the end of the 1970s, I'll say that again since I corrected myself so quickly. But as soon as these factors in computing that we just discussed manifested at the end of the 1970s. Now the computer was set up to be a true consumer product as well. And just like all of the consumer electronics products that came before it, it was about to be subject to the same explosive market conditions. So absolutely, it was basically setting a ticking time bomb. And in our second and third episodes, we are going to watch as it explodes in slow motion.
All right. Well, some of you get to hear the whole story very shortly. The rest of you have to wait a few weeks. But we will see you next time on They Create Worlds, the Computer Price Wars, Part 2. We must now
All right,
end
I'm
the recording. If I can
Yep,
find the
I'm
recording. Where is it?
ending.
Hello.
I am saving.
Save it.
Episode 172. Starting a new project. Okay.
New project.
So yeah, we will take a little bit of a break here. Of course. First of all, how's everybody doing? I see we haven't managed to frighten quite everybody away over the past 2 hours.
Something like that. W173.
Everyone enjoying the show?
Bacterial love. They want their bacterial love. I can probably provide that for you. Second. Go over here. I can find some bacterial love.
Oh no, thanks. No, we love to see it, but yeah, these live ones, they're kind of brutal for me. Not so much from the perspective of sitting here and talking for 6 to 8 hours, because boy, can I do that. But I do a lot of cramming before each episode. I mean, obviously, I know a lot about things, but then I have to really cram before the episode. And even when we do 2-parters, we very rarely record them on the same day. So usually for a big 3-parter, I have a chance to just get everything in my head for the first episode, and then I have at least a couple of days, if not a week or two, to get everything in my head for the next one, and so on. But for these, I have to cram for 3 episodes all at once, and that's pretty daunting. Yeah, I will be getting my water in a second here because I forgot to grab a bottle before
Me too.
before coming in. Yeah, I'm a talker. My voice has always been durable. I'm a singer too. I classically trained in college and everything. And my, opera theater directors, choir directors, voice instructors, whatever, they're always amazed at how long I could keep going without my voice giving out.
He's got that durability.
Yep. And it's hard to see on stream because just where my camera is, but I am very appropriately dressed for today with my Space War shirt from the Smithsonian.
Nice.
Always a good thing. I do. Now, I wouldn't say that my voice is good enough that I could sing opera professionally or even win America's Got Talent with it. I mean, I have a good voice, and it's very good for certain things. I would put my voice up against anyone in musical theater. But I mean, I'm not like an amazing opera singer, but I did sing opera in college. But I went to a small college. Like if it had been a college with with like hundreds of music students, I would have probably been spear carrier number 2 in the opera program, but I would have probably gotten the lead in the musical. So that's kind of where my my voice lies.
And somewhere I have a actual CD of Alex in concert
from high school. Yeah. So my voice is much better than it was then, just because the voice continues to mature. But
Yep.
It's my favorite aria to sing. Well, I mean, I'll be honest. I wish I were an operatic tenor, but I'm not really. I'm really an operatic baritone, so that just makes me sad. So, and I don't really sing opera anymore. I've done a lot of uh, choral work, um, choral pieces by Fauré and Brahms and Mozart and Haydn and all of those people. But yeah, I'm really a high baritone tenor too. My range, I have a really huge range. I can get from about the double low F before below the treble clef all the way up to a high C. But I would say that my effective concert range is is lower than that. I mean, I have a high C, and I've used that high C sometimes in a choral setting, but I would never use that high C solo. I really go up to about a high B flat when it comes to my real solo range, and my low power starts petering off. So it's kind of a low F, below treble clef to about a high B flat is probably where my real um, like effective concert range is. Though chorally, I can do bass two and I can do tenor one when either one when my voice doesn't have to be the entire thing supporting the note.
Fun fact, Alex and I were both in chorus when we were in grade school and in high school.
Mm-hmm. Yes, indeed.
We did plenty of do, re, mi, da.
But yeah, I'm more. I do and that's all. I didn't know you were a singer, Nate. That's really awesome. I do much more musical theater than I do opera. Really, I love like Les Mis and stuff like that.
You got like, what, 2 or 3 different CD collections of Les Mis, and there was something else really
Mm-hmm.
special you had from Les Mis. I can't remember what it is.
Yep, yep. No, I'm not surprised you're a bass, Nate. I mean, I can tell that in your voice. No, I am literally right on the line between baritone and tenor. I'm so on the line. I actually had two vocal professors in college, and the reason for that is that one of them retired and then was replaced by the other one. And so my first uh, professor was a baritone, and he wasn't quite sure where my voice lay, but he aired on the side of baritone because he was a baritone. And then my second voice professor was a tenor, and so my voice was right in the middle, and he wasn't quite sure, but because he was a tenor, he aired on the side of no, you're definitely a tenor.
I forget where they like to throw me. I think I was a tenor too.
Good one. Though it's actually higher than that, but I don't sound as good when I do it in the real one. God, it's somewhere up there. I'm not warmed up, so my falsetto's not there. But Javert is right in my vocal range. There, out in the darkness, a fugitive running, fallen from God, fallen from grace, and so on. I'm not warmed up, but that's there's a taste for the folks on the stream. But there's some questions about Jeff's voice, so I'll stop monopolizing here.
Yeah, I think when I was in chorus, I was like a baritone or a tenor. I think they tended to throw me in tenor because they had fewer men who could be tenors. Though I think in bass choir, they actually threw me back down in the baritone because they had plenty of people for that. I was never really classically trained or got any kind of the vocal training that Alex has. All of my stuff was from just school, grade school, and high school choirs. And then all I do now is I will have some song stuck in my head, and then I take it and turn it into a cat song, where I sing about the cat. or sing about what's going on with the cat, or how I'm doing the laundry or doing the dishes. My fiance decides that I am weird and funny when I do this. Uh-oh, we lost Alex. He got eaten by the Gru. Uh-oh. I believe he is getting the cat.
No, not this time. Just water this time.
Ah. CGI Alex in the Les Mis movie. I mean, if I get him in front of a green screen, I could conceivably do that.
I can definitely sing better than Russell Crowe. And Eddie Redmayne, for that matter, too.
But yes, we sing on occasion with our voices, bringing forth a new age of entertainment and horror for our adoring fans.
And don't get me started on Gerard Butler and Phantom of the Opera.
Of course, I don't have any clue who all these people are. It's all him. Who are all you people? Why are you here? All right, I think this calls for a brief interlude and break for water, stretching of the legs, petting of the cat, eating of a snack.
All right. We will be right back.
After these messages from our sponsors. Or, more accurately, probably just the pretty music. And we're back! In order to bring you cats. Because we're
our
crazy
very
cat
special
people.
guest. A very special guest host for part 2.
That's right. You see, there's a large, friendly kitty on Alex's lap. Otherwise known as a video game.
That's right. And we're actually going to be talking about that video game in the next episode that releases, which releases before this 3-parter. Get a little spelunky action going.
Oh, that's Splunky. Splunky, 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 Splunky. She's a very deceptively big kitty.
Oh, go ahead. Yes. Yeah, she really doesn't fit on my computer chair very well, just because I can't spread my legs in a way that provides her a good perch. But normally, Spelunky, as with most cats, needs to go anywhere by choice. If you place the cat someplace, even if it's a place they wanted to be before, it is no longer the place where cat wanted to be. But when I'm in my computer chair, Spelunky basically does that 2-year-old thing when a 2-year-old's like, up, up, and, wants to be picked up, where she'll come over because there's not quite enough. She's a great jumper, but there's not quite enough space for her to jump on my lap in the chair. So she'll just come up and start meowing and pawing at me until I pick her up and place her on my lap. And then after a bit, because there really isn't enough room, she will florp right off onto the floor. And then she'll be like, "Why am I on the floor, human? Up, up." Which is why oftentimes when I'm working, because I work from the setup too, I have to leave the door closed, because otherwise the cat will come in and bother me every 10 minutes being like, up, up, up.
Give me attention, human, or you will suffer.
All right, let's get a... She'll hate this, but let's get a close-up for the camera. And now our time needs to be at an end.
Kitty must now go bye-bye. Inquiring minds wish to know
Yeah,
if Spelunky
real
is a sweet
talk.
cat.
Spelunky is the most ridiculously sweet cat in all of existence. She's very social, which Siberians often are. That's kind of a hallmark. And she loves cuddles, and she is an absolute purr monster. And she likes basically any type of petting that you can give her. I mean, like, her belly is not a no-go zone. It's not a trap when she gets on her back and exposes her belly. She actually loves belly rubs. Yeah, absolutely. No, we do need to meet up at some point, and you definitely need to pet the Spelunky. Very soft. So that was her contractually obligated cameo on screen. Possibly at
Contractually
the next
obligated.
break, we'll get another contractually obligated cameo. I don't know. Depends on what she's up to at the time. All right, so here we are back in glorious 30 FPS, because we're not one of those fancy next gen consoles that can, do 4K at 60 frames. Yeah, absolutely, you should come for Dragon Con sometime. Dragon Con's amazing, and we're always happy to have people come by.
We had we need to do like Dragon Con Live, or they create worlds at Dragon Con.
Yeah, I keep thinking that I should come up with something to present, because there's a gaming track at Dragon Con. Ken Horitz, Sega 16, actually gave a talk at Dragon Con a few years ago. I met him in person while
You
he
and I
was
both
here.
did, I think.
2017.
Did both of us meet him? Or think was
Yeah,
that the same
you
year I
were
went
here. It was
down?
the year you came, 2017.
Okay.
Spelunky is very strict about union rules. Spelunky's had the contractually obligated cameo time for the moment, and wouldn't want to go against the union. So it's not going to be any Spelunky for a bit. I mean, it was. I'm not surprised he would think so. I mean, pretty sure he plus me are the only people who ever talked to Tom Pettit. Another one that I like is Dr. Lane Nooney at NYU, who is a very big proponent of oral history, which I think is a wonderful thing, because not everyone in academia is. She posted once on her Twitter, it's like, where's the oral history interviews with Bob Leff of Soft Cell? There's a whole distribution side that everyone's ignoring. And I didn't respond to her tweet, because I didn't want to butt in on the conversation. But I was thinking to myself, well, actually, I have done that interview with Bob Leff. Please and thank you.
I don't know. What is your interview count up to now?
I've been very bad about interviewing people over the last couple of years. There's been, moving to Atlanta, changing jobs, all positive things, but it does mean that some stuff has fallen by the wayside. So it's somewhere north of 100, but it's not super far north of 100. I've been remiss in the last couple of years. I've only interviewed a handful of people. But it's a good cross section. I've talked to some people that have been interviewed a lot, and as well as a lot of people that have never been interviewed by anyone else, to my knowledge. I mean, there could always be a Tom Pettit situation where I think no one else has done it, and then suddenly, well, actually. But in some of those cases, though, I know that at the very least I was the one that interviewed them first.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, now that you have that in at DragonCon, maybe we need to do a panel or something down there. It's only, what, a 6 to 8 hour drive for me to get down there? And that would probably be enough for me to, like, unhook a bunch of audio equipment and haul it down.
Yeah, I don't know if we'd do a live podcast or if we just give a talk or what, but I'm sure we could come up with something that they'd approve, you know. And yes, MGC. Back when I was still living in St. Louis, MGC was something that I was very keen to get to, and if not for COVID, I think Jeff and I would have probably tried to get up there in 2020 or 2021, probably 2021. But yeah, that killed that, and now I'm a lot further away, which doesn't prevent it. I mean, I could get to Milwaukee easily enough, but it just makes the logistics a little weirder.
Probably some sort of interesting car relay, like you drive here and then you and I drive from here up or something. That way we're not taking like two.
I mean, I could fly if it came to it. I mean, I'm not against that. It's just. Oh, that's cool. What role at Bally Midway? That's right. Don't need the TCW Express.
Can't do a magazine convoy if you can fly.
Damn straight. I'm glad that all came together before I moved. Glad I could be the relay there and save Gaming Alexandria a decent chunk of change on shipping. You ever find a motherlode in Alabama, though, I'll be happy to ferry again.
All right. I think I got the second episode staged on my end.
I've got Reaper ready to go as well.
All the fun audios. Audio chains and sound. All right. I am ready when you are.
I am also ready.
Okay. 3, 2, 1. Wrong lever! No wrong lever? Right lever?
I hit the button. You never said to hit the button, but I hit it.
Okay, good. I'm just going to take
I'm
that
recording.
long. Yay! You're recording. I'm recording. I can then sync this stuff up in post.
Exactly. That's the least of your problems in post.
Really, it is, yes.
Especially on this one. I mean, on all of our live streams.
Oh, yes. I have to cut out live stream bits and there's other bits. Then there's the extra work of ripping down the video and then taking it and going, "Yay, we're uploading it to YouTube. Whee!" Because apparently Twitch is evil and only decides to hold the video there for me to download for like a week. And I only have so much hard drive space. Alright, I am ready to go. We are recording, so wasting valuable tape.
That's right. Valuable non-existent tape.
Mm-hmm.
Valuable kilobytes.
All the kilobytes. Eventually, we're going to fill up my archive hard drive here, and then I'm going to be... What do I do?
Buy more.
I don't have any space on the computer anymore.
Buy more computers.
Well, Kyle did manage to fix the Synology, so I might actually get the file server NAS back, which was the main archive for this thing. So, that's the thing. Alright. Welcome to They Create Worlds. I'm Jeffrey, and I'm joined by my co-host, Alex.
Hello.
We bring you to part 2 of the live stream and our continuing coverage of the computer price wars. We are your live we are your live correspondents, as we have just seen how the setup has been painstakingly taken in order to have computers not just be for hobbyists, but for the regular user. And we have all of these wonderful toys to play with. Wonderful, wonderful toys. But now the FCC, insert boo sound here, has lowered the pricing, has lowered the standards of emissions, and along with all of these wonderful people who want to make all the computers, we have a tinderbox ready to explode out into a price war that will be so ruinous that not even IBM can recover.
Something like that. Certainly, as we reach 1980 in part 2 of our 3-part look at this kind of home computer situation, home computer price wars, we find ourselves at a time where the market is primed for some kind of consumer market. We don't know exactly what that is yet. And at the very beginning, it's not necessarily true that this is going to be a home computer market, as opposed to a market for computers in the home, which, as we discussed in the last episode, is actually two very different things, despite the fact that they sound like it's the same thing. In fact, at the start of this period, all attention is really on the small business market and the computer in the home for business market. Everything is really starting to coalesce around the Apple II. We talked last episode that there is a myth about the Apple II dominance of early personal computing. This whole idea that the Apple II was launched and that heralded the computers had arrived, and then everyone bought Apple IIs, and then they dominated the whole market until IBM came in and started to freeze them out or whatever. However that myth ends. That's definitely overblown. However, it is true that at this period of time, the Apple model of computing is definitely on the rise. And it's not just necessarily that the Apple II itself is reaching new heights. And the Apple II is starting to heat up a little bit. It's still not reach the heights of some of its early competitors like the TRS-80, but it is starting to pick up with that VisiCalc as the catalyst. But it's also alerted the entire rest of the industry that this seems to be the direction computing is going. So while you do have Atari and Texas Instruments starting to lay the groundwork for what we will come to call the home computer industry with their computers, as we discussed last time, you really have the majority of the market moving in a different direction and trying to bring in the business user now that VisiCalc has proven, oh, look, there is something you can do with a microcomputer that you really can't do with anything else in the computing space. So this is why Apple itself releases the Apple III, which is a more expensive computer specifically targeted at businesses. This is why Tandy releases the TRS Model 2, which is not a sequel to the TRS Model 1, as this numbering would imply. It's part of the same family, but it is a more expensive computer that is targeted at business users. And this is why Commodore is hyper-focused on creating what they call an Apple killer. So at this point, we really need to kind of focus in on Commodore a little more and what they are doing. So we discussed how Commodore released the PET computer in 1977. It was part of that so-called Trinity. Well, Commodore did not at that time have great US distribution at all. They were in pretty rough shape after all of the trouble that they had in the calculator business. However, they had a great presence in Europe. In Europe, they had a different set of marketers that weren't really directly under Jack Tramiel's control. Now, Jack Tramiel did some amazing things at the American branch as well. I mean, it's not like he was a complete screw up or anything, far from it. But he was very hands-on. He was very micromanagey, and he didn't give a lot of room for his direct reports, his presidents and his marketing people to do their jobs, quite frankly, which led to a lot of tension and constant turnover of executives and an inability to really create a standard Commodore image and a standard Commodore brand in the US. But the company was actually set up under a holding company structure where you had Commodore International, which was headquartered in the Bahamas, but only for tax purposes. There was like a 2-person Commodore International office in the Bahamas because you were required to have somebody there. It was a dirty job, but somebody had to go be a front man and live in the Bahamas.
I know it's such
But
it's such a challenge to live in the Bahamas and having to live off the corporate paycheck there.
exactly. But I mean, it's not like it was really a Bahamanian company. That was entirely for tax purposes. And then you had the individual branches of it. And you know, the main one was Commodore in the US, where Jack Tramiel was in charge. And technically Jack Tramiel was in charge of everything. I mean, the general managers of the other branches also reported to him. But then all these other places were also separate subsidiaries. There was a Commodore Europe and Switzerland, a Commodore UK in Britain, a Commodore Germany, and wouldn't you know it, Germany. They had these subsidiary offices, also a Commodore Japan, because they actually had a big presence in Japan because Jack had been one of the real pioneers in having consumer electronics manufactured over there. So even back in the calculator days, he was establishing relationships with Japanese companies. So in Europe, because they had some marketers as general managers that were both very savvy and being out from under Jack's thumb, were able to guide their organizations and have some continuity and actually build some brand. They were a very, very well-regarded company there. And the Commodore PET was actually a very, very well-regarded business computer, especially after VisiCalc came out, because even though VisiCalc was originally for Apple, of course, it did get on other systems. And the thing is, the PET was actually better. It was better suited than the Apple II for being a business machine. It wasn't better suited than the Apple II for everything, far from it. But because it had an 80-column display, 80 columns of text, and not a 40-column display, it was better suited to spreadsheets and better suited to business operations. Just to kind of briefly, because it is a tangent, which we love on They Create Worlds, explain what we're talking about here is we're talking about screen real estate. We're talking about resolution. 40 columns means that you have 40, you can have 40 columns of text on the screen at once. 80 means you can have 80, the higher resolution computer. Now, there were add-ons. The Apple II, of course, was incredibly extensible. There were add-on boards that added an 80-column display to the Apple II. But if you're a business, not a hobbyist, you're not going to be like, well, okay, I'll buy this computer, and then I'll buy this add-on board, and then I'll buy this add-on board. It's like, no, you want something that's ready to go out of the box. So the Commodore PET with a native 80-column display was actually a brilliant computer to use with VisiCalc. In a slightly different world, maybe VisiCalc comes out on the Commodore PET first, and the Apple II never gets that grip on the market. It's actually interesting. The only reason it was even created on the Apple II instead of the PET is because when the creator went in and was pitching it to Personal Software and needed a computer to work on it with, all the Commodores were in use. So they're like, we got this Apple II no one's using, use that. And so got put on there. That's the legend. It may not be true. It is one of these apocryphal things. But even if it's not true, it just kind of goes to show that the PET was seen as a business computer and the Apple II was seen as a hobbyist thing. It really wasn't for this, but VisiCalc changed that. So Commodore was dominating the business market in Europe, particularly in Germany and the United Kingdom, which were their two strongest markets, but really all over the place. And the sense at Commodore is, let's continue with this. Let's get the PET line extended, and let's get an Apple killer so that we can have some of the same success that we're having in the United Kingdom with the PET, and Germany and Europe, and let's have some of that success in the United States as well. And so they started work on a computer they called the TOI, TOI. Which I know has to stand for something. If I was a smart guy, I'd look all of this kind of stuff up in advance and then, wow you all with my level of preparation on the stream. But I am not that smart. So, of course, I'm frantically searching for this. This happens sometimes when we record off of Livestream, too.
Yeah. There are a lot of times he has to look up, wait, is this that or this other thing? And he looks it up to figure out whether or not it's true, or he's using the right terminology, or did I get that date right? That kind of thing. And then I just go in and take these very long pauses and go, bye-bye.
So it was called the TOI. Those listening to the podcast, with the great editing Jeffrey will do, will be like, wow, he had that all along. That's amazing. But you happy few who tuned into the live stream will know it's like, he didn't know that. He had to stop everything and look.
Lies.
But actually the TOI was the name was chosen first, similar to the Commodore PET. They did give meaning to it, but the PET came before the acronym for it, or for what the acronym was. Creator actually chose the name TOI because it sounded Japanese, and this was a period of time when the Japanese were making noise about entering the computer market. And then after they had that name, they gave it the name. They said it stood for the other intellect. Whatever. Right. Yes. This is definitely I call it TOI. I don't know how they pronounce it. I don't know if they pronounce it the French way as toi. But my guess is they didn't, because they were all filthy Americans. But yes, the French would call that toi. Thank you, our resident French Canadian. And well, you're not French Canadian, but French Canadian adjacent individual in chat who knows their ways. So they were trying to create this apple killer while at the same time maybe extending the pet line. And unfortunately, it just was not going very well. The main problem is, unfortunately, MOS technology, while it had been kind of on the forefront with the 6502 processor, was really falling behind the market. They had had a lot of churn, a lot of turnover, some of it due to the office environment and the stress that they were always under, thanks to Jack Tramiel. Some of it because some of them got the entrepreneurial spirit and went off and started their own companies. MOS was really behind on chip design. And they had made some crucial mistakes as they were trying to come up with their latest technology. And one of those is they were still stuck in static RAM rather than dynamic RAM. Now, for the live stream, this is one of those times because I'm like, I could look this up and give an explanation, but like Jeff knows computers. So this is the time that I turn to Jeff and I'm like, you're a computer person, Jeff. Explain to the people why the difference between these things so that I can be lazy and not look it up. Little pro tip there.
Static RAM and dynamic RAM.
Yeah. So, Jeffrey, explain to the people a little bit about static RAM versus dynamic RAM.
You know, I think I don't actually know that one.
Ah, got him.
Yeah. I mean, I could go off of, the anecdotal based off the words, but I don't actually recall what the difference is because I don't deal with that typically. So you do have to look it up. Or I can look it up. And then I can look.
Well, yeah, you can do that if you want. But
I get a computer. I got a computer. I can open a new window. What is
the different? I mean, the difference is that static RAM does not have to be refreshed to retain its information, while dynamic RAM does.
Yeah, there might be something more to it. Of course, I might view it if what you're saying is correct. I might view it more as volatile memory versus non-volatile memory.
SRAM is technically also volatile, but it exhibits data remanence. But it is technically still volatile.
Yeah. Well, this looks like a potential rabbit hole of craziness. Oh dear.
I mean, for some things, it is. For some things, it's diving into my extensive, like, 5 terabytes of... it's only like 3 terabytes, 3 or 4 terabytes of video game history sources, but I don't have information on RAM in my
Right.
voluminous video game history sources.
I swear I need to make a spin-off podcast where it's just like Jeffrey's deep dives into things that Alex talks about. When I'm doing all the stuff for the show notes, I go into these long deep dives and like, this thing led to that and this other thing. And now for some reason, because we talked about Unix, I am looking at old World War II training videos for the frontline soldiers. Like, well, how did you get there? Because we talked about this. Versus... But yes. Now... memory because... Okay. That was it. They're both volatile. The thing is that SRAM has a high price and and is extremely fast and is used more at a low level thing on processors where that counts, while dynamic RAM has a lower cost, is still volatile, is decently fast, but cannot. Also, its smallest speed on SRAM is the byte, while DRAM is a page. Okay. I can massage that into something resembling sanity.
Go right ahead.
SRAM and dynamic RAM, or like static RAM and dynamic RAM, have a very interesting history that can get extremely complex, but at a very high level, static RAM or SRAM is very, very fast, but it's also very, very expensive. And it's really, really good at handling calculations and bringing stuff in, do something really quick, and getting rid of it at just as fast, where speed really matters. The problem is it's extremely expensive to do that, cost per megabyte or byte or whatever. So you usually see SRAM on things like CPUs. You might see it on certain parts of a video processing. So it's where that time really matters. Dynamic RAM that's most of the RAM you see on computers. So that's where when you say, I got a 32 gigabyte machine, you have typically DRAM. And it's at a lower price, it's at a lower speed, still fast, but compared to SRAM, slower. And then when they're actually manipulating that data, like the smallest amount that they can mess with, dynamic RAM can't get quite as small as SRAM can. And that's probably part of why it's faster to have SRAM, is because it can just bring in the little bytes that are required to do whatever it's doing, while with dynamic RAM, it's got to bring in a whole block of bytes and information in order to go, yeah, I'm processing this. Very high level. I'll probably find some good video to properly explain this in the show notes, so check that out.
Absolutely. And so for our purposes, the real thing to focus in on here is that price problem, because especially in these early days of computing, when all memory was still very expensive, static RAM was incredibly expensive and could not really be used in large quantities in anything that you wanted to consider like a computing product for the home. And so as they were trying to work on new video chips for both an extension of the pet line and for this new Apple killer that they were calling the toy, they were running into the problem that they couldn't get enough functionality into the chips to be competitive, because they couldn't work in DRAM and it just was becoming prohibitively expensive. Yes, it's great to have SRAM in a video processor for the reasons that we talked about, because it's much faster. But in this time frame, it wasn't practical to go complete SRAM, and basically they were unable to come up with chips that were able to do much more than put 20 odd columns on the screen, and you couldn't have an Apple killer that had half the columns of an apple. It just wasn't going to work. Now, at the same time, though, they were having some success experimenting with smaller or less powerful graphics processors that could output some pretty decent graphics, just couldn't do it with all the screen real estate. And one of the engineers at the company, Al Charpentier, who was doing a lot of this chip work, was inspired by the VCS and basically by the lack of graphical capability of the VCS, where it drew the line one screen at a time and all of that, to try to take a shot at doing a better graphical chip that could be paired with the 6502 to produce relatively cheap, relatively nice graphics, though at a not very high resolution. And he incorporated some features of some of the other chips they were working on, and ended up with a chip that he called the 6560, because it was considered to be kind of part of the same line of support chips for the 6502 microprocessor, but that was also more informally known as the video interface chip, or VIC. So meanwhile, as all of these things are going on, Commodore in early 1980 is going to have a big meeting in Europe of all of the general managers in Britain, of all the general managers from all over the world. And at this time, they're still looking at Apple killers. The European people really want to extend the pet because they feel like they have the proper inroads into the business space and that they can keep pushing forward in there. Everything is kind of aligning on this idea of we need bigger and better computers, just as Apple is doing, just as Radio Shack is doing, Tandy is doing, just as IBM, of course, is about ready at this time to get into this higher level business space with the IBM PC. And then while they're in Britain, Jack sees something that he did not expect. A little computer called the ZX80, designed by a company owned by a gentleman by the name of Sir Clive Sinclair.
And I know we did a video or an episode. And I know we did an episode on them.
Absolutely. So we won't go into great detail about what's going on in Britain in this time period, because this is definitely a US-centric series of episodes that we're doing this time on these price wars. And we have done episodes on Sinclair. We have done the ZX80 in other contexts and its successors, so we don't want to repeat ourselves too much. But just as a high-level overview, basically at this time, computing in Britain was on a completely different track than computing in the United States. It was a market where there were more pressures on cost of living, but it was also a market where the government was throwing more support behind the idea of computing as something essential to the new Britain and something that needed to be encouraged in any way possible. And so you had a market at this point just beginning to develop. It would really get rolling in another couple of years with the ZX Spectrum. But you have a market that's just beginning to get rolling that is focused more on really, really cheap computers. Computers that are appropriate purchases even for the British working class, even though it would still be a lot for them to save up for. It's something that was theoretically in their reach, something that was for the children, because the children needed to become computer literate. Margaret Thatcher said so. The BBC said so. Everybody says so. And then you have someone in Sir Clive Sinclair who is similar in some ways to Jack, but comes at it a little differently, because Jack always wants to be competitive in the marketplace. Jack's thing is, this company over here is doing this. Let's also do that, but let's do it cheaper. But in his case, cheaper doesn't necessarily mean stripping away everything. Yeah, he might strip away some things. He might have something that in some ways is not as robust as his competitor. But what he really means is, we have lots of vertical integration. We have great manufacturing in Asia. And this is a period of time in the early 1980s when most companies did not. Offshore manufacturing by the middle of the 1980s is becoming a big thing. At the end of the 1970s, beginning of the 1980s, it's really not yet. So Jack's like, we have all this vertical integration. We can build all of these components in-house. We have these manufacturing operations in Japan where we can really reduce costs. Let's build something that does what the other guy does, but let's take advantage of this to make ours cheaper and it maybe even in some ways better. But it's not about just doing as little as possible with as little as possible. Clive Sinclair, bless his heart, may he rest in peace, was always of the opinion that it's better to do something cheaper if you're going to do it at all, and not necessarily pay attention to the niceties of how good the product actually is. It's from an American perspective, it's a strange way of doing things. I'm saying that as an American. I'm not criticizing. I'm just saying from an American perspective, it's a bit strange. I think in the cost-conscious British market, it makes a lot more sense because in that market, sometimes it was better to have something that was cheap and did something not very well than to not have anything at all. There was a large working class with lower standard of living than in the US that you needed to cater to in order to be successful. So I'm not saying that his approach was necessarily the wrong approach, but I'm just saying it was a very different approach from Jack. The ZX80, it had 1K of memory. 1. The screen went blank when you typed on it because the computer had enough memory to type a character, and it had enough memory to display a screen, but it did not have enough memory to do both. It's the kind of thing that the American market would have probably never put up with. Americans would have probably wanted something that cost $100 more and was more capable. Which is the better approach? I mean, it's not for me to say. I'm just saying that that's just a very different philosophy in these two markets on how to do a low-cost product. So Jack didn't want something exactly like the ZX80 when he saw it. But when he saw it, it did open up his mind to a whole new possibility for computers because the ZX80, it sold well. These computers did well in the United Kingdom despite their limited technology. And it was a market that I don't think Jack had ever seen before because consumer electronics were not products for the masses in the US. They were products for the classes. Even the cheapest products were expensive, and it was really more of a middle class kind of thing. Now, for a variety of reasons, in this time period, I mean, even the American working class was kind of middle class. After union gains and all of that, that's going to start changing. That's kind of beyond our scope here. So there was a more affluent audience. Oh, here we go. Here we go. I'm gonna start World War III right here on the podcast. But the market could tolerate more than that. But he saw that, wait, maybe there is a way to do something cheaper. Now, the other side of this is, so what? Why would he care about that? The PET, it never did well in the US due to a distribution problem and being overshadowed by the others, but it did well in Europe. An Apple killer would definitely do well in the United States because the Apple II is starting to do better and better. And the margins are going to be higher on these more expensive computers. You can theoretically make more money on these computers. Well, so why even bother with this low end of the market? Yeah, maybe you capture a larger market share, but you don't necessarily get higher profit margins out of it. Well, the other side of this equation is that there is one thing that scared Jack Tramiel more than anything in existence. And that was the Japanese. Jack was, there was, now in this time period, there was starting to be a growing concern in the US about the Japanese across the board. I mean, it was a concern for the Japanese that caused Texas Instruments to pierce the usual divide between supplier and consumer electronics company and create their own calculators, not just sell their chips to other companies. There was a rising concern. The Japanese had been coming for American industry one by one. Steelworking was one of the first, and then automobiles, consumer electronics. The Japanese were coming, and there were some reasons for that. I'm not an economic historian, so I'm sure I'm oversimplifying and misstating some, but it was that Japanese ability to innovate, which they had, and be efficient and take something that had been invented someplace else and learn the heck out of it and refine it and improve it. And then there was also the relatively closed economy, where compared to the U.S., where it was relatively easy for the Japanese to export to the United States and relatively hard for the U.S. to export to Japan, which meant that the balance was kind of off here, and American products couldn't force the Japanese out of their own markets, but the Japanese could definitely force the Americans out of their own markets. So this concern had been coming. And however, Jack was one of the first guys that was really doing all of his manufacturing, not all of it, but a lot of his manufacturing in Japan. So he had a front row view for what was going on. He was deep in Japan. He was deep in Hong Kong. He was deep in these Asian markets where this stuff was happening. And so he saw what was coming down the pike. And he was very scared of it. He was scared that the Japanese were going to come in with computers priced lower than comparable American computers and run American companies right out of the business. Now, I'm not here. I'm just telling the history as it happened. I'm not here to spread xenophobia. I'm not here to take a position on USA, or go Japan, crush them. I'm merely stating the facts here. This was the reality that Jack found himself in. He was always scared of the Japanese, and now it looked like he had a way forward to forestall the Japanese. And so on I think it's on day 2, like they had day 1, and then he's out exploring and he learns about the ZX80. I mean, part of this is lore. It's lore told by people that were actually there. They may be embellishing because it's a good story, but either way, and then he comes in the next day, and all everyone wants to talk about is pet extensions and toys and all of this, and he's like, no, the Japanese are coming. We will become the Japanese. Basically, he wanted a low cost computer that could take that lower end of the market, be kind of a games machine, similar to how the ZX81 was kind of a learning computer and a games machine rather than a serious piece of kit. And seize that lower end of the market and forestall the Japanese from taking it instead. And it just so happened that people at MOS Technology were kind of fooling around. They were fooling around with the VIC chip. They were fooling around with what they could do. And so the people at MOS basically said, yeah, we got something we're working on that can kind of be that. And at this point, it wasn't what became the VIC-20 wasn't really defined at that point. They had been roughly kind of looking at some things, but they didn't have anything serious yet. But Jack's never been one to be like, okay, you say you can do this. Well, let's do a study, and then let's get an engineering committee together, and then let's put together a prototype and then refine it. And it's like, no, it's like, okay, you say you have something. CES is in a couple of months. Go do it. Go build it. We'll have it at CES. That's Jack. So there ended up then at that point being a little bit of a power struggle within Commodore engineering, because at this time Commodore was actually diffusely located. They had MOS Technology was in Pennsylvania, and Commodore headquarters was actually still in Silicon Valley. And then there was a separate engineering facility, Moore Park, that was also in California, in Silicon Valley. And so at this point, there was some back and forth because Chuck Peddle and his engineers in California just didn't believe in this at all. But now that this was going to be the thing, they were like, well, we can do something better than they can. We're actual computer engineers. They're just chip guys who think they know what they're doing with computers. And so both teams started putting together competing systems, and it was all very ugly. And Chuck Peddle ends up leaving the company through part of this because of infighting and clashing with Jack and all of that. And not long after this, Moore Park is closed down and everyone's moved into the main California office. And then not long after that, the California office is closed down and the whole company moves to Pennsylvania where Moss Technology is. But there's a whole lot of drama there. It's not something we'll cover in detail here. That would be more suited to a specific Commodore episode. But long story short on all that is they end up with this computer, the VIC 20.
Ooh.
Which only has a 22 column display. So it's not suitable to go compete against Apple or to compete against a small business machine. But this is actually something that would do a very good job of competing on the low end with the Atari 400 and with video game systems. Because it's going to have decent color capability and decent sprite capability. Its RAM is a little weird. Has 5K of RAM. You can expand it, but it comes with 5K. And the reason why it's such a weird number is they had a bunch of leftover 1K RAM chips from back in the day when you still did 1K RAM chips. And Jack was pretty insistent that they use up some of those 1K chips because they're just sitting around not doing anyone any good. So it has 5K, which is strange, but you can expand it. It takes cartridges, so it's easy plug and play, and you can use some of that ROM space to make up for some of your lack of RAM. And he thinks this is something that can actually keep the Japanese out. And in fact, they make the decision to release it in Japan first, where it goes by the designation VIC 1001 rather than VIC 20. And that was a deliberate move. They released it in Japan in 1980 because they wanted to show the Japanese, look at what we've got. We've got a cheap computer. It's a $300 computer, which at that time is fantastic. I mean, that's fantastic for what it's got. I mean, it's not as powerful as an Atari 800 or an Apple II, but it also costs a fraction of the price. I mean, at this period of time, the Atari, Atari actually had to raise the prices. They launched the 400 and the 800 at $549.99 and $999.99, but then in 1980 they actually had to raise those prices to $629.95 and $1,079.95, essentially $630 and $1,080, because it was just tough with the price of components and the price of shielding, since they had to comply with the FCC and all of that. So we're talking about something that is over half, is less than half. I mean, is less than half the price of an Atari 400, which is the basic version of the Atari, the limited version of the Atari home computer. And they're talking about putting out something that's less than half the cost of that. And, it never gained much traction in Japan. It never did great in Japan. But, and it's impossible to say for certain, especially since we don't have the internal sources from the Japanese companies to know what their strategic planning was. But it's definitely a fact that analysts and observers were expecting the Japanese to start introducing some of their computers, companies like NEC and Toshiba and Fujitsu, to start introducing their computers in the US in 1981, and they didn't. They stayed out of the market. And there are analysts at the time, whether this is justified or not, where gave Commodore's computer a lot of the credit for keeping them out of the market, because it's not so much that the Japanese couldn't compete with it, but it's more the Japanese, they take the long-term view, and they're very careful and they're very cautious when they're coming into a new market. And it's not so much that the VIC scared them in terms of its capability and its price. It's more that it sent them back to the drawing board. Like, oh, if the Americans are doing this now, we need to go off and figure out our response to this. And so that sets off like an 18-month cycle or whatever of refiguring out what your plans are. So it's like, it's a delaying action. It's not that it scared them away, it's that it made them go back to the drawing board, somewhat literally. Yes, yes. 22 columns is an incredibly stunning display of acumen for game playing. A screen size, a whopping 176 by 184. Good stuff, Dale. I'm sure you can tell us all about how amazing it was to play Scott Adams adventure games on a VIC computer. Hey, Densi. Oh no. That doesn't sound good. Oh, well, that's better.
Okay.
Those are allowed.
Denzi crashed his virtual car, so that's why everyone's
That's
safe
okay.
now.
You missed it. You missed the Europe cameo, but it wasn't Dutch specific. So the VIC-20 comes out as the VIC-1001 in 1980 in Japan, and 1981 in the US at this incredibly low price of $300. And this drives the entire conversation in a new direction that the conversation really had not been going before in the United States, because now it really was no longer about how can we get as close to the Apple II's functionality as possible? How can we bring business users into personal computing? That part of the market's not going away. I'm not saying that it suddenly kills that market. It's still there, but now we've got a whole different subset of the market, something completely different from what we've had before. And you get a stratification of the market into three segments now. You have the real high-end business computers. We're talking stuff that's in the like $5,000 to $10,000 range. A lot of this isn't even personal computers. Some of this is still mini computers and whatnot. Then you have what they're starting to differentiate as the personal computer, terminology that some analysts were using at that time, which was kind of a $1,000 to $3,000 machine that was aimed at the small business user. Something that had the power to do some useful things, especially if you just needed to do spreadsheets or something like that. And now you've got this kind of under $600 market. And this is when you really first start hearing about the home computer. And so kind of this early home computer market is the VIC-20, the Atari 400, which is still kind of hanging around here, and one other computer that comes out in the same time as Tandy has the same idea of kind of blanketing the market and having their high-end Model 2 and kind of their mid-range TRS-80 Model 3, which is replacing the Model 1. And then also wants something that's in the low end of the market, primarily a response to Atari and Texas Instruments, though it ends up also being a response to the VIC, just because it comes out at about the same time. And that's the Tandy TRS-80 color computer. And that computer also comes out. See, where is it? Got to open the right thing again. Alex and all of his notes.
It helps.
Sometimes it be that way. And that computer is also announced in 1980. And the basic unit is announced as at $400, so a little more expensive than the VIC-20. And so this kind of becomes the first like real home market. You've got the VIC-20 at the very low end at $400. You have at $300. You have the Tandy TRS-80 color computer at about $400. You have the Atari 400 at about $600. And then you have Texas Instruments pretending that they have a home computer, for like $1,000, because why not? The TRS 80 color computer, we won't go into too much detail on it because it ends up really being a non-factor in the marketplace. But the interesting thing about it is it's actually based on that Motorola processor, that 6809. And the reason for that is they actually got into business with Motorola because they were trying to bid for some government contracts for some low-cost computers. And Tandy didn't have a lot of experience bidding on contracts, so they partnered with Motorola to make this agricultural computer that because Motorola had the expertise on working with the government. And so that started a working relationship that caused them to keep it. The TRS-80 was called the TRS-80 because it used a Z80 microprocessor. There's no Z80 in a Tandy color computer, but because the brand was so strong, they kept that name for the moment. So it was a bit of a misnomer. Interestingly, for a little sidebar for our FCC guy, Dale here, which I don't know if he's probably aware of because he knows everything FCC. But Tandy was actually working on a variety of computers as we talked about. And one thing they were working on is they realized in about 1979 that networking would be a big thing. And they were kind of working on what was essentially their version of the French Minitel, which is this idea of basically having a simple networking computer that can dial into networks and just does basic text and allows you to interface with early networking systems. And this was still in the period of time before the FCC rules were changed. And as they were working on this video text computer, they were having real problems with the FCC. And so what they actually did, which I'm not sure if it was for the video computer or for the agricultural computer, was for one of those two, but they were kind of in the same frame of time, same time frame. What they actually did to get around it is because they had the savvy from Motorola, is they actually got themselves a transmitter's license for this computer, which allowed them to bypass the whole FCC approval thing entirely because they were a licensed transmitter. Is that something you knew about, Dale? Snake?
I don't think
Snake?
he's there. Nate left.
Snake!
Oh yes, there is no Nate, only Zool.
Well, no, we're talking about Dale, not Nate.
Well, I don't think Dale's paying attention. We lost him. Yes, definitely lost him. Goodbye.
Either that or there's just such a long delay on the stream that it's not in real time. So we'll see if he responds later on.
There you go. I need to, probably in the next transition, I'll probably tweak some more of the live streaming thing. It's dropping frames going out, and there's some settings I can change, but I can't change it while it's streaming. Big surprise.
Well, I mean, we can always stop mid-episode too if things need to be fixed.
I don't know. How does it sound like out there, kids? Is it choppy? Is it not choppy? Do I need to restart the stream with fancy settings? For some, yep. Just gap. I missed the punchline.
Oh, well.
Yeah, let me try.
The question, Dale, if we're back and you can see this, is did you know that when Tandy was working on some of its early computers, not the color computer, but some of the ones before that they were working on with Motorola, that they actually bypassed the FCC regulations by getting themselves a transmitter's license for the computers they were working on.
Yes. The audio is fine. It's just been lagging a lot. Okay. Yeah, I noticed that. Oh, now it's green again. Why is it green? I'm gonna blame Charter. We're just sitting there red for a while, and we're like, why? Stop being red. We are delayed about 2 minutes, he says. Okay. That's where we stand. Delayed 2 minutes.
Well, if you want to stop the episode and try to fix some of this, we can stop this recording and start a new recording with the rest of the episode.
It's a really quick fix.
Okay, well then we don't even have to stop the recording. So yeah, why don't we take the stream off and see if we can fix this a little bit.
Type it in. All right, so I'm going to restart this and try to fix it a little bit. It'll come right back, probably within about 15 to 30 seconds. All right, we're going to see. It's not like I stream and I'm using the latest and greatest OBS 28, which does have a few minor bugs in it, but is way better in so many other things that I would always drive me nuts about OBS 26 and 27. Yes, we will keep an eye on this. Hopefully, clicking the little check boxes help.
Absolutely. All right, so we had basically wrapped up what we were saying about this, but I'll just say something that may or may not be necessary on the recording later, and we'll fix it in post.
Yay, fixing!
We always fix it in post.
So much fixing.
So in 1981, you have really kind of this first true home computer market where you have the Atari 400, which is limited in some ways, but has kind of the support of Atari and some of Atari's games and stuff behind it. You have the VIC-20, which is leading the way on price and is a pretty darn robust machine, and is a very open platform. Commodore makes some deals directly with companies like Bally Midway and Adventure International, but then also they don't restrict other companies from getting on there as well. And then you have that TRS-80 color computer, which is really a Radio Shack kind of system, sold in their stores. The interesting thing about this home computer market is there is a lot of restriction on it. We haven't really talked about software and games very much, but a lot of what's inhibiting this part of the market as well is it happens that the computers that are in this part of the market are some of the most closed systems in existence, which is a bit unfortunate. So Atari, really from the beginning, and this was being pushed a lot from the Warner end as well, Atari really wanted software control on their 8-bit computers. Now, they did not have a lockout chip. They did not have something that directly prevented other people from putting programs on the computer. You need to get that mouse pointer out of there. So unprofessional. It's fine. It's probably already gone because the stream's on such a lag from what I see. It's not important. But they did, in the beginning, not publish the specifications of the computer very widely. It was very hard for somebody to figure out how an Atari 8-bit computer actually worked so that they could make games for it. This changed in time once they realized this home computer market was developing, and it was really unreasonable to expect to maintain complete control, but that was their stance in the beginning. Radio Shack computers were open systems. I mean, they were never really trying to discourage people, I don't think. But the thing about Radio Shack is, or about Tandy, is that they made computers specifically for their own Radio Shack stores, about half of which were owned directly by Tandy, about half of which were franchised. And even though they didn't really care if other companies made software for the TRS-80, they were not going to stock software in their company-owned stores that they did not make themselves or that they did not have a specific license that they entered into with a company. So TRS-80 users and TRS-80 color computer users had more options in some cases than the users of some other computers, but it was often harder to track down those options because stores that didn't carry Radio Shack computers didn't carry Radio Shack computer software, and stores that carried Radio Shack computers tended to be Radio Shacks that didn't carry anyone else's software. Some of the franchise stores were looser on that, but the direct-owned stores had a pretty strict policy. Commodore was far more accommodating. They also had a great bunch of games to show off from the very beginning, which wasn't necessarily true always of the other systems. I mean, Atari had its killer app and Star Raiders, but they didn't have a lot of games. The Commodore VIC-20 had a lot of games right out of the gate, not only because of their licenses with Adventure International and Bally Midway, but also because they had made, in Japan, they had created a relationship with a group of students that were going by the name of HAL Laboratory. Yes, that HAL Laboratory. Yes. The one that Satoru Iwata was part of. Because this group that became HAL Laboratories, they actually got their start. They were part of this group of college students, not an organized group, but part of this movement in Japan of college students.
Uh-oh.
Yes.
You have
No,
to look it up.
I'm just looking stuff up.
Yes. In the meantime,
That were very interested in computers. Yeah, that's the term I was looking for, as a matter of fact, Ethan. That were very interested in computers, but didn't have the financial wherewithal to get to actually own their own computers. So they would actually go to the local department stores, which would have big computer displays with computers that people could try out. And they would do programming experiments on these computers. And these individuals went by the term Nikon, which was a pun because in Japan, a microcomputer was called a micon. And so Nikon was a way of saying these were the people with no computers. These were the Nikon or no computer people. And so it was a bit of a pun. And since Commodore did have a very active Japanese branch, the Japanese management there became friendly with some of these Nikon that had formed this group called HAL Laboratory, and they would actually come in and make games for Commodore. So they made these absolutely beautiful, flawless, I mean, as flawless as you could on the hardware. It's not like they're arcade perfect, but these beautiful, flawless adaptations of some of the top arcade games at the time. Many of these they could not sell in the United States, but some of them they got away selling elsewhere. And some of them, because Jack is very canny about this stuff, they would just sell them and set aside royalties. So they would sell them for as long as they could, knowing they would get sued, set aside what they figured a royalty payment would be for when they inevitably got sued, immediately settle and pay royalties when they got sued, and then stop selling the games. And so they were able to sell some of these games, these great arcade translations with the computers. So they had a really strong lineup, which is not something that a lot of the other home computers had. The Atari 400, 800 could have really taken the lead of the computer game market, but it didn't because Atari was so secretive about the system. This is a big part of why the Apple II became the big game computer. I mean, yes, its bitmap screen made it better than the TRS-80 or the Commodore PET, but it wasn't necessarily that great a computer for games as compared to, say, the Atari 800. But because Apple was completely open about how the Apple II worked, that's where everyone gravitated towards with their software. So, anywho, that's kind of the situation that we find ourselves in 1981. The other thing that Commodore does that really pushes them ahead of the competition, but also really pushes the state of the art of the market forward, is that now that they have this really cheap computer, they feel like the time is right to get into mass market retailers. So to back up on this, go ahead. Go ahead, say something. It's been a while.
I did.
Well, it didn't come through, so say it again.
I.e., the Kmarts of the world and Sears.
Well, specifically Kmart, actually, though they did get into other things as well. So, to back up a bit on this, computers were a real specialty product. Computers were not something that the public was familiar with. Computers were not something that the public necessarily understood. And computers were something that had a lot of setup that went into them and a lot of poking at that you had to do before you could actually get it to do something.
If you think computers are hard to set up now for yourself or your family, it was worse back then.
Exactly. And this wasn't really something that people were going to use if they were intimidated by it or didn't have a good idea of what they were doing with it. So display models were absolutely critical. Now, it turned out that the early video game industry discovered the display models of video games were absolutely essential too. And so companies like Fairchild and Atari, right from the very beginning of the programmable console market, were also doing displays in mass market kind of retailers. But those kind of displays were real fire and forget displays. I mean, it's the same as if you've ever seen a console display in a store today. I mean, you can just set that up behind some glass and have a game running in a loop, and the public's going to figure it out, and they can try out the system before they buy, and they might have a couple of questions for the sales clerk, but you don't need an attendant fully dedicated to that setup. Computers needed a fully dedicated setup where you had an incredibly knowledgeable employee that could walk you through every aspect of each computer and tell you the pros and cons, how it worked, all the specifications, etc. You needed a dedicated salesman for that. And that really meant specialty computer retailers for the most part. Not just because mass market retailers don't necessarily want to devote all that floor space to all of those computers, but also because the turnover is very high in retail. And so by the time you get an employee that's an expert on all the computer systems, he's left and done something else, and you have to train another employee all over again. I mean, mass market retail is not really the place, except in a few highly specialized areas that they sell in. It's not really the place for a product that needs someone to walk you through it. It just doesn't work. Now, Jack realized that in this environment, the VIC-20 was really going to be at a disadvantage because these specialty computer stores make more money on the more expensive the product that they sell you. I mean, that's just logical. You're going to make more money on a more expensive product. I mean, I realize there's margins and this and that, and it's not a straight line, but as a general rule, you're going to make more money on the more expensive machines, especially if you can convince them to buy a few peripherals with it along the way, than you are on the cheaper machines. So specialty computer stores are naturally going to favor an Apple II or an Atari 800 over this VIC-20. So Jack really felt that they had to get into mass market retailers. Now, there was a little bit of mass market by this point, but only a little bit. Atari had a very good relationship with Sears, dating all the way back to the launch of their first dedicated console, their home Pong unit in 1975. And so because they had this relationship, and because Sears was a department store, which meant that they could have some more dedicated, highly trained staff in certain departments in a way that a mass market retailer couldn't. Sears actually did stock the Atari 400 and 800 computers and put in that extra effort. But that was an outlier. There really was not much else in mass market retail in terms of computers. What do they call that tower now? I know. Nobody actually calls it the Willis Tower. Nobody actually calls it the Willis Tower. If that's how you know it's an outsider. In St. Louis, we have a similar thing, except it's with highways. This is a complete tangent. It won't be in the podcast. This is a special bonus for you, the listeners. So in St. Louis, there are 3 interstates that go through St. Louis: 70, 64, and 44. And 64 was built along the lines of the existing U.S. highway at the time, which was US 40. And because St. Louis people, or I don't know why, but because St. Louis people, I guess, had a special attachment to this particular road. I don't know why it's so special, but you will still locally, it is called US 40, or it is not called I-64 when they're doing traffic reports and everything else. It's US 40. It's not 64. Even though there's no reality to this. It's not like US 40 and 64 like share that stretch. It's just 64, but it's US 40. And that's like in Chicago. It's still the Sears Tower. It's not the Willis Tower. Nobody calls it that. So there you go. There's a nice tangent for you when the stream catches up to what I'm saying.
It should.
If you're ever driving through St. Louis and you hear about the traffic on US 40 and you're like, what the heck? Now you know.
And you know to stay the heck away from 64. Taking that, especially during rush hour, is a nightmare.
Absolutely. So Jack decided that they would make a concerted effort to get Kmart on board with selling the VIC-20 because he knew that a mass market retailer that is only concerned about the margins and doesn't want to spend all the time explaining these different computers, they'll just stock the VIC-20. They won't care about selling a higher price computer. They'll just sell VIC-20s and everyone will be happy. So they make a real push in the summer of 1981 to convince Kmart to take the computer. And Kmart's a little skeptical at first because this is not the kind of thing that discount retailers take. But basically, Commodore ends up promising that they will give full-on support to all of the sales staff. They will go all around the country. They will train as many people as Kmart wants them to train to get things to get Kmart ready to sell this computer, and that's what they do. They send out employees, they run training sessions, they get everyone ready. As one of the Commodore people says in Bagnall's book on Commodore, all of those people were probably gone in 6 months, and it didn't matter from a practical perspective, but from a business perspective, it was what convinced Kmart to take the computers. So the big real change here is for the first time we are getting these computers into mass market retailers, and they deal with some of the others as well, but Kmart was the one they made the deal with first, and Kmart was the most important one because at that time it was Kmart, not Target or Walmart or any of these others, that was the big company on the block in discount retailers. It was the Sears of discount retailers. And yes, I know how many layers that statement has with all of the Sears Kmart shenanigans that came much later.
Here's a random tangent for you. When I was driving back home after flying out to California, I stopped at a gas station in the middle of Nevada where the inside looked like it came literally from a 1980s or 1990s Kmart. It was surreal. Middle of nowhere. I guess when Kmart liquidated their stuff, this place bought some of it or something. I don't know.
That's crazy. That's funny. And this harkened a new era, and was another thing that was really important to making the home computer market happen, because the home computer was never truly going to penetrate just from computer stores and just from high-end department stores, because those outlets that had dedicated trained staff explaining all the computers, they were always going to push people towards the high end. By getting into Kmart, it got this computer into the low end of the market. It legitimized the computer as a consumer product because it was in the ultimate of consumer locations, which was Kmart, the discount store. And then, of course, they knew that they would have to have advertising to back this up that would really make a smash. Because if you're going to go into mass market retailers, they are going to want ad guarantees. They're going to want guarantees that you're really marketing this product. So the other thing that they did is they decided that they needed commercials, actual television commercials. And they thought, what better way to market this than to go with the most high-tech of all spokespeople, the good folks from the Star Trek franchise, because nothing screamed technology of the future quite like Star Trek and its technology of the 1960s. But that's beside the point, because this was kind of still the premier science fiction show. And so they looked at having William Shatner or Leonard Nimoy be their spokespeople for this computer, the VIC-20. And it turned out that they didn't want to spend too much, and it turned out that the most readily available and cheapest of those options was not Mr. Science himself, Mr. Spock, but was actually William Shatner. Because it's hard to remember this today in a period where Shatner is so ubiquitous, but he actually had a really hard time after Star Trek. I mean, all the Star Trek people had some problems with typecasting and getting other roles after Star Trek. But it was particularly bad for Shatner. I mean, Nimoy got Mission Impossible right after Star Trek, and he went on to do some things. Shatner was kind of out in the wilderness. And it wasn't until Wrath of Khan, really, that Shatner came back to the forefront. And, they decided to do Star Trek the Motion Picture as a response to Star Wars. There's a lot of other history about what they were trying to do, but the shortest version of it is that the motion picture got greenlit because of Star Wars. And that got Shatner back in the public consciousness. And then they did Wrath of Khan, which was a massive hit, and he was also able to parlay the return of the Star Trek franchise into the title role in the television show T.J. Hooker. And so that brought Shatner back, but that was in 1982. In 1981, he was actually still at kind of the low ebb of his popularity and the low ebb of his marketability. And so he was actually quite cheap to get for these commercials. So they signed on William Shatner as the spokesperson. They actually filmed them during the filming of Wrath of Khan. I mean, that's how much this is overlapping. They literally got him right before his star was going to be ascendant again, because he was filming Wrath of Khan at the exact same time he was doing these commercials. Of course, they famously snuck a Commodore PET onto the set in his home, and Shatner would often have Commodore stuff in the background from then on. In Airplane 2, I should say, because he was in Airplane Part 2, he uses a Commodore computer as well, his character. So they bring Shatner on, and the other thing that they decide is they're really going to go after the video game market with this. This is kind of the first time that the computer market shifts to actually trying to take a chunk out of the computer market, because they run an ad campaign that is basically, why buy your child a video game system when you can buy them a computer where he can play great games and learn about computing? You see, it was kind of positioned as a learning computer because they knew this wasn't powerful. They knew it couldn't even be a small business or a personal productivity kind of computer, like an Atari 800 could maybe be, or an Apple II could maybe be. They knew that this would have 2 points to it: playing games and getting young people interested in computers and familiar with computers to give them an edge in the modern economy. And so that's how they pitched it. They went directly after video games. They did this television advertising with Shatner, and they invaded mass market retailers for really the first time. This changed everything. And it was definitely not lost on the good people over at the company that prided itself as being Mr. Consumer Electronics, Texas Instruments. So now that we've set up Commodore and where Commodore is going into the 1981 holiday season, it's time to take another step back and look at what's really going to be their main competition here. Atari's kind of hanging out there, but they're not that big a deal. Radio Shack with the color computer really never has a chance. But Texas Instruments is still out there. They're still selling a computer, the TI-99, at their exorbitant price of $1,150. And they still see themselves as a home computer company in the same vein as a Tandy or a Commodore, despite the fact that their computer is available for an absolutely ridiculous price compared to that competition. So TI, once they had their failure with the TI-99/4, could have just thrown in the towel and gone all the way back to the drawing board and tried again. But that's not TI. TI is a very sophisticated company of very brilliant engineers that produce the most brilliant cutting-edge technology. I know it wasn't 1150 anymore by 1981. I'm taking a couple of steps back from 1981 as we catch up here. And there was no way they were going to fail. So in 1980 or so, they started tinkering with the machine.
Tinkering.
Yes. At first, they were looking at replacing the 9900 microprocessor entirely because it was very clear they had to get the price down. And there was a big push within engineering to replace the 9900 with a Z80 microprocessor, because that was the 8-bit microprocessor that everybody loved, that wasn't standing for the 6502. And I guess there were 1 or 2 Motorola people out there in the back someplace. But this was, one of the gold standards in 8-bit processors. This is the one everybody liked. And this is the processor that the engineers wanted to put into the machine. And wonder of wonders, even in a company that has a very, very big NIH complex, not invented here complex, the managers of the computer division thought that this was the right move because they saw this new wave of computers coming, this Tandy-color computer, this VIC-20. They saw it was coming and they knew it was untenable. And the logical thing to do was to get rid of the processor because nobody in the consumer market cared about 8-bit processors or cared about 16-bit processors. Yeah, IBM was about ready to do the PC with a 16-bit processor, but that was a business machine. It was not a home machine. There was no home machine that was trying to do an 16-bit. Why do I keep saying that? There was no home machine that was trying to do a 16-bit processor. So they were fine with it. TI didn't have an 8-bit processor, so sure, use the Z80. Unfortunately, it wasn't just up to the people in the computer division. Because there was an engineer in consumer electronics that had to approve everything that would get made by the name of Don Bynum. Don Bynum was a young guy, 36 years old, which was really unusual for someone in his position of power at TI because, like I said, TI, very much like IBM, this is one of those companies where you came in as a graduate, you worked your way through the company, you rose up the ranks, you retired with your gold watch. So the engineers that were in charge of things, that had actual decision-making capability, tended to be older. The fact that Bynum at 36 had this position of power within the organization just goes to show what a hotshot he was, not just as an engineer, but also as a manager and as a leader of men. Bynum worked for the Corporate Engineering Center at TI headquarters in Dallas. The Consumer Electronics Division was in Lubbock, but headquarters was in Dallas, which is the place where all R&D projects throughout the entire company had to go before they would receive final approval. Bynum had to give his approval for the Z80 computer, and he said, no, this is not the time to dispense with the 9900. This is an amazing processor, and it is a Texas Instruments processor. We put our blood, sweat, and tears into this machine, into this processor, so that we would leapfrog the competition and prove once again that Texas Instruments is the superior company in consumer electronics. And this is not the time to abandon the 9900. This is the time to double down on the 9900. It's the design of the computer that's the problem, not the processor. And we are Texas Instruments. We can design ourselves out of any problem because we are the best and the brightest.
I really want to take all that and just put it in Southern Baptist preacher mode.
Yeah, pretty much. And, he put his money where his mouth was. I mean, because this isn't some clueless suit that's saying, well, company policy is we use TI stuff, so we got to use TI stuff. This was an engineer and a talented one at that. So he put his money where his mouth was, and he took it upon himself to redesign the 99.4 into a product code named Ranger. Now, his initial design was still expensive. This was not the end of the line in redesigning the computer. But the point is, he was showing that we can stick with the 9900 and we can fix some of these problems and we can move forward on that basis. And as a result, Peter Bonfield, the head of the computer project, was shipped off to calculators. And in November 1980, Mr. Bynum moved to Lubbock and took charge of the redesign of the TI-99 for computer. I'm just reading real fast, getting stuff together, as I always do doing this. And so once Bynum came in, they did a comprehensive redesign. And by the summer of 1981, they had a new prototype, the 99-4A, with a retail price of only $340, or two retailers, well, with a wholesale price of only $340 that could be sold on to consumers for $550. Now, this was a huge breakthrough because, I mean, yeah, the VIC-20 is cheaper, obviously, by quite a bit here. But the VIC-20 is also a less capable computer. Now we're talking about a 16-bit computer with excellent sprite capability in the form of the TI-99/4A that has breached the $600 barrier, which ends up, quite frankly, being the psychological barrier. Like when they start talking about the home computer market, they call it the under 600 market. I don't know why specifically $600 was that psychological barrier, but the barriers were kind of 600 and 1,000. And breaching that $600 barrier was a major psychological victory. So now you had a computer that was fancier, more in line with, say, an Atari 800 than with a VIC-20, except was now available for $550. By this time, 1981, Atari had finally cut the price of the 400 for the first time. They had cut the price down to 500. They had also breached that $600 barrier for the first time in 1981, but they were unable to lower the price of the 800. The 800 was still up there at $1,000. So they were basically the same price as an Atari 400 computer, but it was a much more capable computer than the 400 computer. And yes, they were a little bit higher in price than a VIC-20, but they were much, much more capable than a VIC-20. And so this really set the battle lines. This is where we are finally kind of getting to the starting line of where this true competition is going to be. This slugfest primarily between Commodore and Texas Instruments, with Atari kind of also hanging around, and then Tandy being like, what do we care? We have our own stores. We have our own dedicated customer base. If we don't beat the rest of you, we'll still sell enough computers to make our margins. So go have your fun. We'll just be Tandy like we always are. The other thing about the TI-99 4A that I haven't brought up yet is it crossed another very important. Oh, never mind. Never mind.
Cut it.
Yes,
Cutting
that
it.
happens sometimes. So now they had a computer.
Does the
Now
computer
they
go?
just needed somebody to sell that computer. And the individual brought in for that task was another young gentleman by the name of Bill Turner. Bill Turner was another odd duck, just like Bynum. This is a really unusual thing that's going on in the computer division with the company, because he is not a TI career man at all. He came from Digital Equipment Corporation. He came from the mini computer business. He joined the company, joined TI in May 1980 as marketing manager for the Consumer Products Group. And he wasn't an engineer. He had no technical know-how whatsoever. For the first time, there was going to be an actual marketer that was going to be dealing with the computers. I mean, obviously, TI wanted to sell computers, but they didn't really have a sales kind of mentality. The kinds of executives that were successful at TI weren't really in that kind of mold. This was a marketer coming in, a sales and marketing guru. In some ways, he was a lot more like Jack, quite frankly. He understood some of the same problems that Jack Tramiel understood when it came to computers. First of all, he knew that computer stores were not going to be the answer. And so he started an aggressive push to get the TI computer into mass market retailers, discount stores, toy stores, department stores, all of these places. And he also believed that a home computer, even one more adept like the TI-99 4A, was never going to be taken seriously at a mid-range price point, even at a $550 price point. Because if you really needed a computer, there were more capable computers out there. Like the forthcoming IBM PC. Like everyone chasing the Apple II. Like many computers, for that matter. And so this kind of, even though home computers are starting to be classified as this kind of 600 and under crowd, something just kind of hanging around that $600 mark was going to be seen as not useful or powerful enough to be worth paying a lot of money for, but too expensive to be something you just fool around with. Turner felt that a home computer was really a toy. Similar to how Commodore was treating the VIC-20 as a toy. And so he believed that they were going to have to continue bringing down the price of this machine. He didn't think being a little more expensive than the VIC-20, but being far more capable than the VIC-20 was going to be enough. They needed to start closing some of that gap. They also, of course, needed advertising because they were going to try to push into the mass market. And they decided to go with, while Commodore went with the kind of, let's get somebody from the future mentality, Texas Instruments decided, let's go with the most trusted dad in America. Their own Bill Cosby. maybe not aging well in this present climate, but we do have to remember that at that time, in all seriousness, he was considered one of the most trusted celebrities in all of showbiz. Bill Cosby speaking to you about something provided instant credibility. If Bill Cosby was saying that you and your children should have something, then you sat up and listened. So now the battle lines are drawn. We have the super cheap VIC-20, the redesigned TI 99/4A. Other computers are on the horizon. We'll get to those. But the battle lines are drawn for a truly epic price war. And in part 3, we will finally turn our attention to that epic battle and the consequences and fallout thereof.
And thus, kids, with that lead up, we have electronics in the streets, beating each other down in order to assert who is the cheapest. So, the war shall commence. Next time on They Create Worlds, the Computer Price Wars, Part 3.
All righty. Stop that one. Save that one.
Hour 44. TCW 174.
And now it's going to be time to take a slightly longer break because it is definitely pushing dinner time here. I'm an hour ahead of Jeffrey, but it
You
is
East Coaster.
it is pushing dinner time here.
East coasting. Coasting on that easterly wind. But yes, okay. So Alex wants a lunch break or a dinner break or some sort of break. We're not sure what kind of break this is.
Yeah, a little bit of a dinner break.
A little bit of a dinner break. No one knows what's going on anymore. I don't know what's going on anymore. Alex barely knows what is going on anymore. You kids, I suggest you take a potty break, stretch your legs, maybe eat a snack, or even go as far as eating a sandwich. I might make a quesadilla myself. I don't know. Depends on what I can scrounge up in the fridge. But we will be back in probably the next, how long do you want to give them?
I mean, probably need an hour to take care of dinner. Now, we might be back and chatting on the stream before that hour's up. We might not abandon the people for so long, but we probably won't record another episode for an hour.
Okay, so we will chat in text sporadically over the course of an hour. That means I can actually, get food from somewhere or something. That's shocking. I was just gonna cook something very quickly and, be done in less than 20 minutes. Okay, then. I can actually have quality food or make a quality meal or something.
Huzzah.
That's right. I am your dad. I am your history dad. See, I mean, I looked apart. I got this hat, a beard. I got old computers. I have pets. Pets. Happy pets. Have a little thing to clean my glasses. Is what the world's come to. I mean, I could go the Jack O'Neill way and just call you campers all the time. But I always like kids because that reminds me of Bill Murray and Ghostbusters. And I tend to, quote, Ghostbusters surprisingly a lot. Which neither of us realized so much until we watched the movie again for its 30th anniversary in the movie theater together. And he's like, and Alex goes, I never realized how much you quote Ghostbusters. I'm like, wait, what?
True story.
So, we'll go get some food. We'll be back. We'll be chatting a little bit. And hopefully, you kids can have some fun too. I'll leave the stream up and all that. But we will be back the soonies. And we return to you once more. Fed.
That's right. Hope everyone had a good dinner break. Not that it was dinner time for everybody, but it was dinner time for us, and that's what matters.
All that talking takes a lot out of you.
Yes, like calories.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely calories.
Definitely calories. All the calories.
So we've made it through 2 episodes of this this big beast. I guess we have one more to go where we have to kind of summarize everything that happened over the period of like 2 years of crazy.
No one knows. I certainly don't know. Do you know?
I mean, spoiler alert, everybody dies.
No! I don't want to be dead. That could lead to unliving.
Something like that.
Definitely unliving. Okay, I have this, I have that, I have you already set up. Let us see if we have to do a part 4.
No, it's possible this one will be a little longer than the others, but we shouldn't have to do all the way to part 4, I don't think.
Don't have to do a post-mortem. Be like as all
We're
the
in,
computer companies laid in the dust. Overtaken in the
We're in good
shadows of the
shape, I think,
compatibles.
here.
Hmm?
I said we're in good shape, I think, here.
Oh, good. Apparently they're voting for IBM. You know what really sucks?
What's that?
I have all these arcade machines behind me and I can't touch them.
That's true.
Very, very true. All right, I am ready on my end.
So am I.
All right. 3, 2, 1. Why do we even have that lever?
Asking the tough questions on They Create Worlds.
It's not recording. Why aren't you recording? Reaper.
Well, yes, that's a problem. But yes, chat is right. Your reality is tearing behind you.
Oh, well.
Also known as your green screen is flapping in the breeze.
There were technical difficulties earlier.
You didn't fall into your green screen, did you?
No, the green thing fell over on its own when I had to get underneath the computer to figure out why was the monitor constantly shutting off.
Why was the monitor constantly shutting off?
Cat would be the short answer. Long answer is cat knocked the power cable that goes to the monitor loose, so it was barely in there. So the second any kind of wind or my foot brushed the cable that's underneath my desk, it would make the monitor turn off, leading to me going, oh, great, now everything's resetting because it can't figure out what monitor is working.
That sounds like a very cat thing to do.
It is. It really is. Okay, I am not seeing any audio. Be. All right, I can see bars again. Yay! Reaper can figure out what the hell it's doing. Fantastic! Say something so I can make
Bars
sure
are
your
good.
bar says something.
Something, something.
There we go. I can push the buttons again.
You can. I've been buttoning for a while now.
Oh dear. Okay. Well, we definitely don't know why we have that lever. So, yes, I
Yes.
have a lot of your side to rip out before I even sync these things.
That's okay.
I've done it before. I can do it again. I am apparently a god of editing, according to the chat.
Well, it's more that, you need to maintain that you're a god of editing if quizzed on the situation.
That is true. All right, we are recording. The words are here. Zoom levels are appropriate. Video is videoizing. Transitions
never
are
appropriate.
transition-y.
None of this has been appropriate.
Which we have appropriate. See, the transition's cool. I like this one. It took me forever to make that one. Have the logo go small and come big and all wavy and then go away.
Yes.
Oh, I liked it.
Oh, the Atom's going to get some love.
Oh dear. And not the right kind of atom, is it? It's that other atom.
The one that's going to revolutionize home computing? Absolutely.
Along with its friend the acorn, right?
Ha 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 ha. Well, we won't be talking about the acorn.
That's because we already talked about it.
That's right.
Alrighty then. Let us get this thing on the road before we become even more silly.
Too late.
Oh dear. Welcome to They Create Worlds. I'm Jeffrey and I'm joined by my co-host Alex.
Hello.
We're back to you once more after a brief hiatus, eating lunch or dinner or breakfast. Really depends on where you are.
What about second breakfast?
I like second breakfast. They never do understand second breakfast, do they?
That and Thursdays. The two great mysteries.
What about second breakfast on Thursday?
That sounds frightening. But enough of our inane banter, because we are currently not just boring ourselves, but also boring a live audience. Because this is the last part of our 3-part episode on the home computer price wars that is being filmed in front of a live studio audience, if Twitch constitutes a studio. One for the philosophers, I suppose.
And an audience.
We've got a few people. We've got a few diehards. Got some of our good friends of the show here. Ethan Johnson, friend of the show, of course. And Quarter Past, he of all things Canadian and FCC, which seems like a strange dichotomy because the FCC isn't even Canadian. I know we have a few other people as well hanging out in the chat. Either that or they've left it on while they've gone to drown their sorrows elsewhere. But we've got a few people still hanging in there, some true diehards. Appreciate seeing y'all.
Glad you're here in order to lurk and enjoy the banter as you go. Why do those people just do weird facial expressions as they do odd accents and then talk about video game history?
Wait, this is supposed to be about video game history?
Yes. In our last episode, we saw the lines of war being drawn. As before, we had the computers of the hobbyist moving forward into the lands of consumer products. And then, through the grace of our Lord FCC, the prices were dropped. But then, people wanted to have more prices dropped. So, we had people drawing up great plans for computers. Texas Instruments, Commodore, some other guys. No one knows what's going to happen, except we all know that it's going to blow up, and only the one true computer will reign. It's like Highlander.
Something like that. Yes, we have now hopefully established very well what a home computer market is, what a home computer market looks like, and some of the players that are going to be involved in this home computer market. Now it's time to bring things to their inevitable conclusion. So, at our start here, we're going to have a few other special guests as we move along. But at our start here, just to recap for those that are tuning back in after 2-ish weeks rather than 1 hour, we have we have to cough. That's what we have.
No coughing.
We have Commodore, who is really kind of in many ways pioneering this home computer market, because they're the ones that are really coming in and saying, look, we have a computer here and it's a toy. We know it's a toy. We don't care that it's just a toy. We're not trying to sell you on recipes and the checkbook. It plays games. You may learn a thing or two about how computers work, which will help set you up for future success in life, kiddos. So buy our computer. Captain Kirk said so. And when Captain Kirk says, this computer is great, you know he knows what he's talking about. Because if it was a bad computer, he would have already killed it with the power of his logical mind. It's a terrible Shatner impression, I know. I was going for the cadence, not the way the voice actually works. But either way, that is Commodore. Then you have Texas Instruments, who has always fancied itself as a consumer computer company, but it hasn't really been a consumer computer company up to this point because they overshot the market, went 16-bit. Texas Instruments does what I don't know. Commodore isn't. Texas Instruments is what Commodore isn't. I don't know. They went all the way to 16-bit and overshot the market, and so we're way overpriced. And now they're finally getting prices back under control and are offering something that is an alternative, a little more pricey, but only a little at this point, and much more powerful. Then you have Atari, which one could argue kind of kicked off the whole concept of a home computer to begin with the 400 and 800 computers back in 1979, but which has always just been kind of lackluster. They've had some problems figuring out their direction. They lost money their first 2 years in computers. They only sold about 35,000 in the first year, which was a half year. They kind of by the middle of 1982 got their numbers up to somewhere around 250, 300,000 overall. They have a separate computer division now. They've kind of started to realize that trying to equally balance games, productivity software, education wasn't working as a strategy. So they have leaned a little bit more into games. They have opened up the platform a little more, but they're still kind of lost in this weird limbo where they don't really know what they want their computer business to be about, and where they have intense infighting between their consumer electronics division, which is responsible for their successful video game business, and their home computer division, responsible for these 400 and 800 computers. And then kind of off in the corner, you have Tandy, which was one of the pioneers of the turnkey pre-assembled computer and has decided to wallow in the hobbyist market a little bit with the Tandy Color computer. But their definition of success is just different from the others because they're really just feeding the beast that is the Radio Shack stores. They don't have these great ambitions to get out into the wider world. So as long as they sell a few computers here and there, keep people coming into the Radio Shack stores, they really don't care. We finally have computers in mass market retailers now for the first time. We have computers starting to take direct aim at the video game business, which is, at this point in 1981, just a wildly successful business. Can't keep up with demand at all. So there's certainly a lot of excitement around growing in that market. And perhaps gobbling up some of that market by these computer makers. The story that comes is really a story of self-destruction. It's a story that we have seen over and over again in consumer electronics. We've talked about this in other episodes, where you get hot new consumer product that is fairly expensive. You get rapid price cuts due to technological improvements, as well as better economies of scale in manufacturing, in distribution, etc. You get a real scrum by a bunch of companies diving into the market. And as everybody races to the bottom, the market immolates itself. And that's really what the home computer price wars come down to as well. In terms of why this happened, as much as historians don't like to focus anymore on kind of great man history, uh, and there were certainly larger market forces at work that were also dictating how these prices went. This really did become, in a lot of ways, a slugging match between two individuals with very similar views on the market, that being Jack Tramiel at Commodore and William Turner, Bill Turner, at Texas Instruments. Both of these individuals recognized that the key to success in this business was going to be getting as big a distribution as possible and get the price as cheap as you reasonably could while maintaining a profit. The problem here is that you had two companies that had very different propositions regarding what making a profit looked like. Because on the one hand, you had Texas Instruments, which did have vertical integration, which was good. It was making all of those video chips and 16-bit processors for those computers itself. But they were still very much an American manufacturing-based company. Commodore, on the other hand, was overseas. So not only did they have vertical integration, but they also had savings that came from taking advantage of that overseas manufacturing base where they could just get stuff done cheaper, quite frankly. They also had the advantage that they were still working in the realm of 8-bit processors and 5K, that very weird number again, of memory. Whereas Texas Instruments was working with 16-bit and 16K. Now, 16K was a far more reasonable amount of RAM to have in a computer by this point, but we're not talking about functionality. We're not talking about reasonableness. We are talking about how low can you go in terms of price. Then, of course, the other wild card is that Texas Instruments is refusing to acknowledge that the computer is a platform that anyone should be able to release software on. Commodore has an open platform. They have their internal products, they have their licenses, they have their special deals, but they're also not stopping the entire world from getting on their computer. And this is actually beneficial in a couple of ways. It doesn't just open up the market more, but because there's this feeling that maybe video games and home computers are merging, you get some of the top companies on the computer game side from the nascent computer game industry, like Sierra Online, like Broderbund, that start exploring the cartridge market by making games for the VIC computer. On the other side, you have Texas Instruments, who are insisting on people being licensed, that are threatening to sue companies that dare to try to put software on their machine. The final kind of wild card is that Commodore has this real international reach. Commodore is established in Japan. Japan's not their strongest market, but they're there. Commodore's really strong in Europe, like insanely strong in Europe. Like even after IBM releases their PC in 1981, in Europe, Commodore is seen as the gold standard in business microcomputing, not IBM. It's Commodore. And so Commodore is able to sell the VIC-20 to a worldwide audience. Texas Instruments is able to get some worldwide distribution as well. They're a big company, but they never, ever get anywhere near Commodore's ability to sell overseas. So it's a bit of a lopsided fight, but William Turner doesn't really get that. I think William Turner is very confident that this is TI. TI has been here before. TI is a gold standard in consumer electronics. TI has run companies out of the business before, and TI can triumph again with a combination of price cutting and increasing volume. And at first, he's right. His strategy isn't entirely crazy because there is some logic to that. If you can cut your own costs, which is going to happen as yields get higher, components get cheaper, etc., and if you can offset your shrinking margins by just getting more retailing deals, getting into more doors, getting more computers out there, you'll make up some of this. So the first part of this price war really wasn't even a war. In the period kind of between the end of 1981 and the second half of 1981 and the first half of 1982, there isn't so much a price war as there is TI trying to sneak closer and closer and closer to the VIC-20. Now, there's not a lot of pressure on Commodore to get prices down because they are already the big one. But they do inch their prices down a little bit in this period. And the main way they inch those prices down, quite frankly, is by moving into the mass market retailers. They are able to give Kmart and others like them a bulk discount on their wholesale purchases, which then allows Kmart and these other stores to offer at a cheaper price. So the computer that is technically a $300 computer can be offered at $250, maybe even $200 in some cases by Kmart and other stores of that type. Now, this is actually sowing the seeds of the downfall of Jack Tramiel in later years. It's not something we're going to focus on in this episode because it happens beyond the home computer price wars. But basically, Commodore began with the specialty computer stores because that was the market. They could get those orders right away. They could sell into those places. And they gave them, the standard terms. Then they got into Kmart and they gave them better terms. Now, that happens sometimes in retail. Sometimes as time goes along, either because of falling prices on your components or just being able to sell a larger volume through to bigger companies, you may end up in a situation where you're able to offer at a cheaper price to your current customers than you could to your customers 6 months ago. What you're supposed to do from an etiquette standpoint when that happens is give your existing distribution base, your existing retail base, a heads up and say, hey, we're moving into this new area. We're going to be cutting the price on the computer because we're giving these people a break. Just letting you know that you're really going to want to sell through your computers in the next couple of months here, because after that, it's going down in price. And if you're really nice, you may even say, and we will offer you a partial rebate on computers, items, whatever, that you're not able to sell in that time period. Well, that's not exactly how Jack Tramiel sees business.
After all, he didn't want to do some R&D in order to see whether or not stuff would work.
Jack Tramiel is always about getting what you can when you can and not worrying about anyone else. I don't want to armchair psychologize too much because that can get dangerous. But we do have to remember that Jack was a Holocaust survivor. And what he had to go through in the Polish ghettos and the German concentration camps, I can't even begin to imagine. But I have to imagine that it does give you a certain outlook on what you have to do to survive. Jack was always very family first, and family in this case both meant his actual blood relatives, which were very important to him, but also those members of his organization that he trusted enough that he considered them part of the family. And he was very much about looking out for his and his family's interests and making sure they got what they needed, and everyone else was an obstacle to negotiate. And it's kind of understandable how you could develop that mentality when that had to be something that he had to do to survive in the camps and then survive as an immigrant to the United States, a young married immigrant who knew no English and was looking for a better life than was available to him in post-war Europe. So it's understandable. We can understand why Jack might be the way he is. But understandable or not, the fact of the matter is he screwed over people all the time. He screwed over suppliers, he screwed over distributors, he screwed over retailers. He didn't believe in written contracts, he believed in handshake deals. And sometimes he honored those handshake deals and sometimes he didn't. He probably didn't see them as not honoring the deal. It's probably more that he saw the deal as being the deal of the moment. And later on, because there were no terms, no set term to the deal, he could do a new deal. He would be altering the deal, and his only response to everyone else would be, "Pray, I do not alter it further." So he screwed over his original distributors, his original retailers, the specialty stores. He did not give them a chance to clear out their inventory at the higher price. He did not offer a rebate on stock that they had already been given. He hung them out to dry. He gave them inventory that they could not sell unless they cut the price to match the mass market retailers. But as soon as they cut the price, they were no longer making a profit, so they were selling the computers at a loss. So that was a bit skeevy, but on the whole, the price of the VIC-20 was pretty steady in this period. Yeah, it kind of drifted down from 300 to 250, and some places may have even been selling it for 200. After all, manufacturers' suggested retail price and what stores are actually selling for are often going to be very different because it's all dependent on what terms the individual stores can get and what their margins look like. But they were pretty much just cruising along. Meanwhile, it was Texas Instruments that over the course of about that year period were starting to slowly sneak down in price. $550 to $450.
That sounds good.
$450 to $375. $375 to $300.
That's good, I think.
Over the course of that first year, they are slowly dipping down in price. But they're not losing money doing it. Because at this point, William Turner is being very savvy. What he's doing is he is increasing the retailer base to offset the dwindling margins. He's able to close larger and larger deals with larger and larger retailers and therefore make up the margins that he's losing through this process. So the first kind of year of this war is fairly stable. 1981, the home computer market is still not too much of a thing. Nobody really sells very many. Of course, estimates vary wildly as to how much of this or that, what the install base looked like, but we're only talking about a few 100,000 units. We're not talking about a big market. However, as 1982 rolls around, people are starting to take much more notice of these cheap computers. The advertising is working. The idea that maybe this is a more noble purchase than a video game is starting to draw attention. The prices are good, which is drawing attention. More software is coming out, which is drawing attention. And a whole new kind of front in this burgeoning war is beginning to open as another claimant enters the market. So we may recall that Jack Tramiel was inspired to do a lower cost computer, what ultimately became the VIC-20, after he came to Britain and saw that ZX80. Well, Sinclair's been doing a good job selling computers in the United Kingdom. And their partner in this venture is the Timex Corporation, which most people think about as being a timepiece company, a watch company. But they're also actually a very, very big manufacturing operation. They have a big factory in Dundee, Scotland. I'm sure they have others as well. But Sinclair closed a deal with Timex to be the manufacturer of his computers. And so they were providing all of that stock. The ZX80 and the ZX81 were actually available in very limited quantities in the United States. They were made available via mail order. There wasn't really an established retail presence. But as the prices of these other computers were going down, and as there seemed to be a new low-price computer market opening up in the United States, Timex, which of course is an international company, much more so than Sinclair, couldn't help but notice that prices were going down and there might actually be a place in the market for the computers they're manufacturing for Sinclair. So they make a deal with Sinclair to take a modified version of the ZX81, which obviously was made to work with NTSC, the broadcast standard in the United States, but was also changed in a few other ways, most notably by having double the RAM, all the way from 1K of memory to, wait for it, 2K of memory. And release that computer in the United States as the Timex Sinclair 1000, or the TS 1000, as it was sometimes called. And this was a whole new breaking of the price barrier, because they were going to make this computer available for $99.95. The first under $100 home computer. Now, obviously, this cannot do much. I mean, it's not that much cheaper than the VIC, and it does a whole lot less. But they positioned it as a computer trainer. This was very similar to what companies like Magnavox in the video game industry were doing in 1978 when they thought the home computer was going to arrive at that time. It's like, look, here's something really cheap, something everyone can afford, and this can help your child really learn how computers work and what they are. That was basically the pitch. It was released in July of 1982. And it was living in its own separate space, like even apart from, we now had kind of four categories. You had the trainer computer, where Timex was living all by itself. Then you had the home computers, And then you had the so-called personal computers that were more in the 1,000 to 3,000 range, like your forthcoming IBM PC and your Apple II and all of that stuff. And then you had, even more expensive systems above that. So now things are getting interesting. I don't think either Texas Instruments or Commodore really saw Timex as much of a threat. But nonetheless, things are moving in a little more. Meanwhile, Atari has not been idle. They can't help but notice that this new market is taking shape, and so they take some steps to continue to be a part of it as well. At the beginning of 1982 in January, they cut the price of both of their computers, the 400 and the 800. They had cut the price of the 400 once before, the year before, from about $630 to about $500. They had not cut the 800 at that time. Now they're cutting both of them. And the 400 is going to start retailing for $399 and the 800 for $899. So their top end is not quite in home computer space anymore. But they're trying to close the gap a little bit because they're in a kind of weird position where they're not quite a home computer, but they're not quite a personal computer. I mean, the 800 would be considered that, but the technology is a little long in the tooth at some point. So that creates kind of a problem as well. Now, status quo is kind of maintained at that point until August of 1982, when William Turner receives a promotion to the president of TI Consumer Products. Up to that point, there had kind of been a balance between William Turner, who was marketing this thing, and Bynum, who was the engineer and who kind of brought the engineer's perspective to this whole thing. And one wasn't really above the other. They kind of had to come sometimes to some kind of consensus about how things were going to go, Don Bynum and William Turner. Now Turner's in charge of the whole thing. He has carte blanche to implement all of his marketing strategies without having to pay attention to anyone else except the people at headquarters, like J. Fred Busey, who's in charge of the whole thing. And at this point, he makes the fateful decision that he needs to crush Commodore right out of the market. So on September 1st, 1982, big day, Texas Instruments announces that their $300 TI-99 4A computer will now include a $100 rebate, which, as long as you fill out all the forms and do it right and turn in the rebate, brings the TI-99 4A to $200, $50 below the official list price of the VIC-20. Now, this was truly the first shot of the war, and it really was a shot across the bow. There was no point, really, in TI doing that, except for thumbing their nose at Commodore and bringing the price down below them. At $300, that computer was already a decent enough value. But at this point, they are coming for Commodore hot and fast. Commodore responds almost immediately. They cut the price of the VIC-20 by $40, bring it down to around $210. And that's kind of where things stand for the rest of the year. I'm just looking over stuff as I talk, which is why I'm getting all William Shatner again. It's interesting, and we don't have any insights because obviously Bill Turner has never really been interviewed. I don't know if he's still alive. I mean, he could be. He'd be in his 70s, but obviously he wasn't very keen to give a post-mortem at the end of all of this disaster. But for whatever reason, Turner decided that price was the only way to go. He had a superior computer. He could have touted the superiority of the system. He could have done just what Sega did against Nintendo when they had the Genesis before the SNES launched in the United States, and done TI does what Commo don't. Touted the 16-bit processor, touted the increased memory, touted the better graphics, touted everything. It was a superior computer, and it wasn't that much more expensive. But he decided he couldn't, for whatever reason, he decided that he couldn't compete on price, or that he couldn't compete on technology. He had to compete on price. I don't know if it's because he was a marketer, but he's been around computer companies. He's not super tech savvy, but he must understand some of this. It's not like he came from outside the industry. He was at DEC, but he decided price was the only way. Yes, I see your confirmation that he is still alive. I thought he might be. I who knows, maybe he'd talk today, but I'm sure this is some pains never go away, and I'm sure this is probably still a pretty big pain. I'm just still looking over stuff.
All the stuff that must be looked over. So many things to look over, but that's okay. Because we want to be historically accurate.
And so they did the $100 rebate, and this was coming directly out of the margins. Now, it was still profitable. But unlike the previous price cuts, which had been accomplished by finding savings elsewhere, this price cut was halving their margins. They weren't losing money, but they weren't making nearly as much. And you know what? In the United States, it worked. There's a lot of contention between Texas Instruments people and Commodore people about which one was really the best seller. A lot of the press at the time said that Texas Instruments was outselling Commodore. Commodore people scoff at that and say there's no way. We were wiping the floor with them and everyone knew it, and it was ridiculous that they were reporting that way. Now, there's no doubt that the VIC-20 outsold the TI-99 overall, because what Commodore had that Texas Instruments didn't is that worldwide reach. It sold a lot of units in Europe as well. So the VIC-20 became eventually the first computer to ever sell 1 million units. And Texas Instruments did not approach that. We have a few different estimates from different organizations. Future Computing kind of thinks that they were both neck and neck at roughly 500,000 each in 1982 domestically. Though again, they give the edge to Commodore on the whole because Commodore had much more in worldwide sales. They put Commodore's total for the year at total install base for the year at north of 700,000, of which about 600-ish thousand of those were sold in 1982. And they put Texas Instruments' share at a little over 500,000, including the worldwide sales, and a little under 500,000 in the United States alone. The Yankee Group, which put out a marketing study where they were measuring just computer sales to the home, and I believe measuring just the United States, not measuring worldwide, seemed to think that Commodore sold about 485,000 systems into the home in 1982, whereas TI sold, in their estimation, 395,000. So they did put Commodore ahead of TI. Interestingly, they put Timex ahead of both of them. And it is true that Timex, within that first half year, sold north of 500,000 systems, according to all reports. I think as much as anything, just because it was so cheap. Regardless, though, there was a big home computer market groundswell now, and there was a price war going, and at the moment, it was working in Texas Instruments' favor. Sales were picking up. They were gaining steam against Commodore. According to some accounts, they were beating Commodore. Even if they weren't beating Commodore, they were very close to Commodore. The retail presence was expanding. Of course, the technology would continue to get cheaper, and we were on our way. There was just one problem. At this point, the VIC-20 was not even the only Commodore computer, because in late 1982, they introduced a little system called the Commodore 64.
I know that one.
It's really interesting because just like the VIC-20, the Commodore 64 is a computer that was never supposed to happen. Commodore is a company that under Jack Tramiel was very focused on expanding into very specific markets and expanding their presence against very specific competitors. And he was always telling people, do a kill this, do a kill that, do an Apple killer, do an IBM killer. Later on at Atari, do a Macintosh killer. You know, he's always talking about kill this system, kill that system. And a lot of those systems don't end up doing very well. They often end up getting canceled as they're going along. But at the same time, you have very talented engineers, particularly at MOS Technology, working on chips that they end up getting into computers. And so while the VIC-20 was starting to clean up on the low end, Jack was once again looking at dominating the so-called personal computer market, the space that kind of Apple lived in, where it's more like the 1,000 to 3,000 range and is a little more powerful, and was looking at dominating the business market. So they were looking at creating two new computers, the P128 and the B256. The numbers represent memory size, and then the P is for personal, the B is for business. That's how they were classifying these computers. That's what everyone's focus was on. But again, they were having trouble because they were falling more and more behind in chip expertise. They were having trouble giving full form to these computers. Meanwhile, you had a couple of other guys that were just messing around with other stuff in the background. There was a growing sense in the engineering group that they really should do some kind of follow-up to the VIC-20. Because from an engineering perspective, they were never happy that all they could do was a 20-column display. 22 columns, technically, but around 20-column display. Because the de facto standard, even in cheaper computers, was 40 columns. It was 80 columns for business computers, but even the other cheaper computers was 40 columns, and they had been trying to do that with their Apple Killer, the toy, and they just didn't do it. So the engineers at MOS just kept chugging away at it and actually came up with a successor chip to the VIC called the VIC-40 that could actually do a 40-column display. The other thing that was going on within MOS Technology at the time is they had another young engineer that had fairly recently joined the company. Just bringing everything up as I do. I know who the guy is. I'm just, setting up other stuff as well. By the name of Bob Giannis, who was really fascinated with electronic music. Like even before he had joined Commodore, he was involved in the really early kind of electronic music hobbyist scene. And he loved synthesizers. And he took it upon himself. I mean, it wasn't really something anyone asked for, but he was a young engineer. He was starting out. He had some leeway to poke around. And on his own initiative, he started creating his own sound chip called the SID, which was just, I mean, again, I'm not an audio engineer, I'm not an audio expert, but in the context of early 1980s sound chips, it was absolutely mind blowing. And Giannis would go on to co-found InSonic after his days at Commodore. I mean, he's really, he is a god, as Jeff is a god in the editing world. Bob Giannis is definitely a god in the sound chip and computer synthesizer world.
Motion to be an editing
And
hero.
so they had
Motion to be an editing hero, which is lower than a god.
And so these chips were coming along, and they were kind of looking for uses of them. And the Japanese branch of the company actually were like, hey, let's do a video game system. And so Yasukura started doing the Commodore Max machine, which was a video game system. But the other engineers at MOS, they were really pushing, like, we've got these really awesome chips, this VIC-40 and the SID chip. We should do an update to the VIC-20. And there was a lot of resistance to this. That isn't what the company was looking for. They were looking for breaking into these new markets. They already had the low-end market. They didn't feel they needed to upgrade in the low-end market. They already had that. The next step was to take over the mid-range market and take over the high-range market. You're getting pushback on your title change, Jeffrey. A lot of pushback. And at first, I think Jack was probably on the fence as well. But I think, just reading between the lines, I think what really kind of convinced Jack in the end was at the same time, memory prices were coming down. And memory was getting cheap enough that it would be conceivable to put a 64K of memory. I don't know why I put an A in there. To put 64K of memory as a base in a new mid-range home computer. We're not going to be back down to 200 again, but get back up to the 500, 600 range and go 64K. 64K was a pretty significant milestone in this time. The home computers were still mostly 16K. You were starting to see expansion into the 48K space. Certainly Apple computers at this point were most often coming out with at least 48K. And Atari actually, in the middle of 1982, had upgraded the base Atari 800 system so that it would come standard with 48K without raising the price. They didn't do a price cut on the 800, but they kept it at the same price while significantly upping the memory. So 48K was starting to become the standard. 64K would not only leapfrog that, but it was also kind of the maximum addressable memory for the 6502. So it represented in that way that kind of watershed as well. Now, looking over things again.
Cut, 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 cut.
Well, sure. The amount of free memory is always going to be different, but I'm pretty sure that 64K was all RAM. Not all of it was available to the end user, but I'm pretty sure that was all RAM because there was ROM too, but I'm pretty sure that was a separate 20K block of ROM. Now I'm, but off the top of my head, I don't know how much of that RAM was effectively usable by the end user, but they could legitimately advertise it as 64K, even if some of it may not have been available to the end user. So this was a kind of big deal, and Jack sensed the memory prices were falling and that they could put something out, in the latter half of 1982 that would be reasonably priced while having 64K of memory. So at that point, he gave the green light to this computer. And since they were working on the P128 personal computer 128K and the B256 business computer 256K, they called this the C64 because it was their consumer computer in that low end market, 64K of memory. And so the computer that was not even on the drawing board suddenly became the thing that they had to scramble and finish within a couple of months to get ready for the CES in June 1982, which is often what happened at Jack Trammell's Commodore. So now Commodore's coming in hot and fast. It's still an 8-bit processor. It's the 6510, which is a 6502 variant. But now it's coming in with 64K of memory. The VIC-2 chip is capable of double the resolution. We're up to 320 by 200, which was a very good standard resolution at that time. 16 colors instead of 8 colors. Great sprite machine. Everybody's kind of realizing the importance of sprites to games, and all of these computers are very much meant to be game machines. If there's one fault to this poor computer, it's that there's a little mistake in the process of creating, because you see, they decided as a way of getting the computer ready for CES fast and as a way of, keeping costs down, they decided that they would use the same case as the VIC-20. This was a big problem because the motherboard to contain all of these enhancements was a bigger motherboard. They had real problems trying to stuff that thing into the case. And at one point, they were doing lots of things to rejigger the way it fit together. But at one point, some genius basically cut off one edge of the board, just a little bit from one edge of the board, in order to get that little extra space that they needed. There was just one problem. That little smidge of board that they decided to cut off there was where they were running the new high-speed disk drive lines.
Oops. I kind of need that for, loading the game, so I'm not, I wish to play my Commodore 64 game. Take this wonderful little disk, put it into the disk drive, type load, comma, 8, comma, star, enter. I'm gonna go get dinner and hope this is done before bedtime.
Yeah, it wasn't, as some people speculate, Jack being cheap. It wasn't that the engineers were dumb and didn't think they should have a faster disk drive. It was that in the rushed process to get this thing to fit in a VIC-24 a VIC-20 case and have it ready in time for CES, somebody chopped off those lines, and nobody who had knowledge that this had happened really realized what a big deal that was, and the people that knew that it was a big deal didn't realize it had happened until it was too late. And so that's why we were left with that abominably slow drive. I will also interject here at this point, because we are paying attention to chat since this is a live episode, and Quarter Past Dale is correctly pointing out that while this was a 64K machine and they could advertise that legitimately, a lot of that was reserved to the machine. About 38K of it was reserved for basic. So the end user didn't get to use all of it. But it was still a jump above certainly the VIC-20, but also the TI-99 4A as well. So now we have, as we get to the latter half of 1982, we have two new combatants entering the field. Because now we have a new guy on the lowest low end, Timex Sinclair, and we have a new guy on the upper end of the home computer market, which is the $595 Commodore 64. And so now we're really set up for a scrum in 1983. And this is the point where the market starts to get absolutely crazy, because the video game companies at this point can't help but notice what's going on their flank. I think we're about to have a pen battle. Oh no. Wonder who will win.
No one knows.
And they're realizing that these computers are very effective game machines. And they are, it's basically shots fired. They are saying buy us instead of buying a video game system. And there's a real sense throughout the industry that we could be back where we thought we were going to be in 1978, where the computers are going to take over this business and leave us behind. Mattel, we're not going to cover this in depth, but Mattel throughout this entire time has desperately been trying to get its keyboard enhancement going, because they did initially position themselves as something you could upgrade to a computer, and they still wanted to accomplish that, especially after all of their advertising shenanigans, where they were advertising this keyboard component, brought them to the attention of the federal government, who was ready to go after them for false advertising and start fining them if they didn't bring out this product that they had promised. Atari is in the computer business. And so they're already making plans to try to stay relevant in that business. They know that the 400 and the 800 are long in the tooth. And so they're starting to look at upgrades, changes, improvements. And even Coleco, the new kid on the block in video games, is starting to see that there could be something else going on here. So it's kind of interesting. They take very divergent routes here. Mattel takes the weirdest route. They decide they're going to live down with the cheapies. And their manufacturing partner, they're actually one of the early guys in Hong Kong as well, because the toy industry went there faster than the electronics industry did. So they were already kind of had good relationships in Hong Kong before they got in the video game industry. Mattel's partner in manufacturing the Intellivision is Ratofin in Hong Kong. And Ratofin is not just a manufacturing company. They've also been involved in designing hardware at various times, and they've actually developed a low-cost computer hardware. And so Mattel decides that they're going to head off this threat by bringing out a new, very low-cost computer, the Mattel Aquarius. This was a rather strange decision. They were really competing down with Timex. They were really creating essentially another computer trainer because they were planning to release at just $160, a Z80 machine with 4K of RAM. So a little more powerful than a Timex Sinclair computer, but nothing that's going to hold a candle to the VIC or anything like that. The running joke around Mattel Electronics, according to some of the people that were there, was that the tagline for the Aquarius should be the Mattel Aquarius, the computer of the 1970s today, because it was just so behind the times. Coleco took the opposite approach, and they took what was actually a very canny approach. It didn't work for them, but it was a very canny approach. They decided, okay, if these companies are racing to the bottom on the price of these home computers, these toy computers, why don't we provide something that is going to bridge the gap between the $1,000 to $3,000 personal computer market and this cheap market? Why don't we create something that is actually usable for more than playing games, that is usable for doing word processing, that's usable for doing spreadsheets, that's usable for doing home accounting?
Usable for doing recipes. Usable for doing dial-up Unix to download Vogue.
And so they came up with doing what they planned to be a $525 computer, though they eventually had to raise the price to a little above $700. That would be a complete package with a computer and a printer and the basic software on cartridge that would allow you to do basic things like word processing very easily and without much fuss. So now we're trying to bring the home computer market back in the other direction. This is kind of a reaction to prices getting so low and power getting so low. Is now you have, after you've gotten so low on the VIC-20 and the TI, you've got Scoot in the other direction, where you have Coleco coming in with the Atom, Commodore coming in with the C64, and Atari coming in with their new system in 1983, which is going to be the 1200 XL, which is going to be replacing the 800 at the same price, $899. So it's still a little higher in the others, but they're also going to cut the price of the 800 a little bit to move those final units. So now you've got a real crazy scrum developing. You have computer companies in there, and now you've got the video game companies in there as well, because they're feeling threatened and they feel that they need to respond to this market at the same time. And it's in this environment that Commodore starts to get really aggressive. Now, Texas Instruments started this. Texas Instruments came after Commodore first. You're talking about who started the war, who shot the Archduke. I think there's a pretty good argument to be made that it was Texas Instruments, because Commodore was just minding its own business. Commodore came up with this idea first of doing a really low-cost computer. I mean, they came up with the idea before TI did. were borrowing from the British, but they were doing it in a way better than the British because they weren't going quite as junky as Clive Sinclair was. So they were just minding their own business at the low end of the market. TI, as we said earlier, could have just been fine. You're going to do that. We're going to tout the performance of our computer over yours, and we're going to buy our market share by showing that we're better than you. But they didn't choose to do that. They chose to have their cake and eat it too. They wanted to say, we have the better system, and we're just as cheap, if not cheaper. But now Jack is here to play because he remembers the calculator wars, 1972 and 1974, when Commodore was brought to the brink of bankruptcy by Texas Instruments, who brutally undercut everybody. You know, Jack Tramiel is famous for the quote, "Business is war." But you know, this really wasn't business is war. This was even worse. This is business is personal. You know how they say in The Godfather, you know, when they're about to off somebody in a competing mafia family, you know, it's not personal, it's only business. Well, Jeffrey, this is no longer business. This is personal. And remember, Jack is a very family first kind of guy. He thinks in terms of family. He thinks in terms of protecting your own. And he sees his own threatened by the same company that nearly killed everything a decade ago. So this is no longer business. This is personal. And he has the tools to really squeeze TI because he can hit them on the low end with the VIC-20 and hit them on the high end with the C64 and kind of squeeze them out in the middle.
I have something to say.
So when what was that?
I said I have something to say to that.
Please do.
Jack is very much, I will be getting you next time, Texas Instruments. And this time, I may not have started this fight, but I will be very sure to end it. And it will be very unpleasant. But me and little Kapu here will be very, very happy to see Texas Instruments die horribly by taking that computer there, putting it into that box there, and rolling it into that vat of acid there. Bonus points if you get that reference.
So Jack fires the opening salvo at in January 1983 with CES. Commodore cuts the price of the VIC-20 from about $210 to $125. And he cuts the price of the C64 from $595 to $399. Because the thing is, the Commodore 64 is a new computer using new chips, the new SID chip and the new VIC-40 chip. And so as they ramp up production, they're able to increase their yield rate. This is a big part of the reason why the cost of chips goes down over time, is because when you're creating chips, you've got this big old wafer that has tons and tons and tons of chips on it. And then you cut each individual chip out of that giant wafer, and those are your chips. And because this is a very finicky process, and because you're talking about doing things on a micron level, I mean, a very small level, not every one of those chips on your wafer actually works. And this is especially true in the beginning when you're still working on your tooling, you're still working on your processes, and it's very finicky. So when you refer to the yield rate, we've said this before on the show, when you're referring to the yield rate on semiconductors, you're talking about how many chips cut out of that individual giant wafer are actually good chips. Well, now that they've been doing this for a while, the yield rate is going up on these chips, which means that the cost per chip is going down because you're getting more bang for your buck. So they're able to organically, in the case of the C64, actually cut the price rather rapidly because their yield rates on those chips go up rather rapidly. So now they're at $125 for the VIC-20 and $399 for the Commodore 64. Well, at this point, Texas Instruments is trapped because they've decided, for whatever reason, to stake their entire reputation on price. And so they have to follow. They wouldn't have had to follow if they had taken a different marketing path, but at this point, they have to follow. Furthermore, Bill Turner apparently gets a case of hubris out of this. I mean, again, we don't have a lot of sources from within TI, but the understanding is that after they had the great sales spurred by the price cut in late 1982, they thought that they had reached a new level of success for computers, that this was a breakthrough based on the new price. And while certainly the price cut spurred some sales, what he wasn't taking into account, or what TI wasn't taking into account, is this price cut also corresponded with the holiday season. In this period of time, big budget purchases like computers are still very much seasonal items that you buy at Christmas. So TI started projecting first half of 1983 sales based on the growth curve of end of 1982 sales. But that wasn't in any way realistic, because even if the overall market was going to grow in 1983, and spoiler alert, the overall market does grow in 1983, the curve isn't going to continue at the same rate at the end of 1982 because those are supercharged holiday sales. So TI started publicly projecting 7 million home computer sales in 1983. There were about 2.4 million in home computer sales in 1982, with a lot of those coming at the end of the year once the price cuts on the VIC-20 and the TI-99 really kicked in, plus the Commodore 64 launched. And he was projecting, they were publicly projecting that those sales of the home computer market were going to grow all the way to 7 million, because they thought that, like, Christmas 1982 was the new normal. And spoiler alert, that wasn't the new normal. And he said 3 million of those would be Texas Instruments computers. I mean, I guess he was being a little bit humble by saying that they wouldn't quite take 50% of the market. But that's a big jump. You know, they sold somewhere, you know, like I said, the estimates vary from place to place, but they sold probably somewhere between 400 and 600,000 computers in 1982. And he said that they were going to jump all the way up to 3 million. It's like, okay. None of the independent analysts thought that was going to happen. They thought it was going to be more like 4 million computers. And spoiler alert, that was a far more reasonable projection for what the market was going to look like in 1983. But it's like they were completely divorced from reality at this point. But I think that at this point, Turner felt that he could keep cutting the price and keep matching Commodore, because even though his costs were higher, he thought he was going to grow his base so much. I mean, let me tell you how much they were trying to grow their base. You know, I talked about how they were getting into the department stores, the discount stores, the toy stores, all of that stuff. At the time it all fell apart and Texas Instruments got out, They were negotiating with 7-Eleven to put TI computers in their stores. Convenience store computers.
That just seems wrong to me.
Well, I mean, I don't know. And we don't know what Turner was thinking because, he hasn't given interviews on this. But he just really thought that they would get computers into every outlet. And by getting computers into every outlet, they'd be able to repair their margins enough that they could cut prices and keep up with Commodore, even though Commodore's costs were much lower than TI's costs. Now, TI was not oblivious to what was happening in the market either. They were not resting their entire laurels on the TI 99-4A. Because as I mentioned earlier, we had movements going in both directions, kind of bifurcating from this low-cost market. We had these trainer computers that were coming in at $100 a pop, or a little more than that, with Timex and now Mattel getting in there. And then you had these upper-level computers like the Commodore 64, the Atari 1200 XL, the Coleco Atom that were coming in at a higher level, bringing the market back up to kind of the 600 level where it had been before. So TI started working on 2 new computers. They started working on one they called the 99-2. The riff being half of 4 is 2. That was going to go down and compete with Timex. Why they felt they needed to compete with Timex, I don't know. But they did. And then they were working on the 99-8, with, 8 being twice 4. That was going to reclaim the market that Commodore and Coleco were trying to take from them up above. So, I mean, at this point, it feels like TI is losing touch with reality. I mean, I don't know that you can really say that Commodore killed them so much as TI deserved kind of a Darwin Award for killing itself.
Almost like a satirical thing where you have all this fighting going on. Everyone's having a grand old time going back and forth. And TI just goes completely insane, just starts, run away! Run away! And runs off a cliff.
Now, there were other ways to make money besides on the hardware, because we have to remember that there are also peripherals. And this was a period of time which is very different from the computer market today, where you didn't really have third-party peripheral companies. I mean, I'm sure you had a few kicking around, but in general, for things like joysticks or interface devices, you had peripheral companies. But if you were buying a printer to go with your computer, it was also being made by the company making your computer. If you were buying a modem for your computer, it was being made by the same company. You didn't have to buy a monitor from the same company. I mean, many of these computers were made to run on your television set because they really were trying to make them cost-friendly and user-friendly. But you could also buy monitors. And there were various other expansion items. So TI was also hoping that they could make back some of what they were losing in peripherals as well. They were not out of the fight, but they were starting to struggle mightily, especially since a lot of the profits they did make were squandered by doing a recall for some faulty product at the same time that all of this is going on. So then on April 4th, 1983, really sensing the blood in the water at this point, Jack Tramiel cuts the price of the VIC-20 to $99. This is just an utter disaster. And it's not just a disaster for Texas Instruments, it's also a disaster for Timex. Remember the little engine that was chugging along with a sub $100 computer that could do not much of anything at all? Well, now the VIC-20 that can do a lot more is the same price.
Well, that certainly lead to the death knell for them.
Yeah, Timex basically has to cut the price to 50 and start the process of just completely bailing out of the market. At this point, things are spiraling out of control, and Bill Turner is finally let go. And is replaced by a company man, Jerry Junkins, which seems like an ill-fated name to bring this to a conclusion.
Because everything's junk?
Mm-hmm. He's brought in to manage consumer electronics, while Mr. J. Fred Busey himself one second. Oh, wow, Busey just died last year.
Aw.
The number 2 man at the company, the COO and president, directly took over the home computer debacle. A real sign that the end was coming. Bill Cosby went away. They stopped trying to tout it as a toy computer or a personal computer, or a home computer. They started trying to tout it as an educational computer, trying to counter some of what Commodore was doing in their own marketing. And at CES, they were forced to lower the price to $99 because orders had just stopped. Jack Tramiel responded by doing 2 things. First of all, he cut the price of most of Commodore's peripherals by half. The peripheral market was about the last hope, and it wasn't a very strong hope, but it was about the last hope that TI had to recoup the losses they were getting on the core systems. And now Commodore was super undercutting them there as well. The other thing that Jack did at CES is he cut the price of the C64 again to $200. So now, if you just want a little toy game computer in the home, you can buy a VIC-20 for the same price as a TI-99. If you want something that's a little more capable, you can buy a C64 for just $100 more than a TI-99. And at this point, in a lot of ways, it's a more powerful computer. Not in every way, but in a lot of ways. The vice has now squeezed shut around Texas Instruments. There is no saving this. And so on October 28th, 1983, Texas Instruments officially departs the computer business. They had long since canceled the 99.2. As soon as the VIC-20 got down to 99, they knew that was no good. They kept trying to cling on for a while, waiting for the 99.8 to come together. But it was an absolute disaster of a project. They were supposed to unveil it at the June CES. It's codenamed Armadillo. And they couldn't. It was such a disaster. It was in such a state of unreadiness that they kept it behind locked doors and showed it to almost nobody. So once it was clear that the 99.8 was not going to be a savior, and once it was clear that there was no path back to profitability for the 99.4A, they did the inevitable and they shut down the entire computer business. Jack Tramiel had won. TI-99 started getting dumped for about $50 as well. And then Jack Tramiel did a real coup de grace to spur further sales of the C64. He started offering a $100 rebate on the C64 if you sent in an old computer, any old computer you wanted, along with your purchase order. Now, this had the amazingly funny effect of actually boosting sales of the TS-1000 and the TI-99 at the end of the year. Because at this point, both of those computers were going for like $50. So consumers could do the math, buy a $50 computer, send it into Commodore, get a $100 rebate, and pocket an extra $50. So if you look at the sales numbers for both TI and Timex in 1983, the estimated sales figures, the sales figures are very, very good. The Yankee Group estimates that TI sold 1.4 million computers in 1983, which ain't the 3 million that Turner was promising, but still ain't terrible. I think their numbers are a little inflated because their total numbers come in at 5 million, which I think is a little high. Well, but the 5 million's also counting higher end computers because it's not just the low end. So I don't know. It depends on how you slice the home computer market. It has Timex selling another 500,000 computers, 545,000. Now, Commodore's killing them all because they're selling nearly 1 million VICs and over 800,000 C64s. So when you put those two together, they're killing everybody. But, you know, if you look at that, you're like, wow, those computers sold a lot. I mean, the market grew to like 4.8 million, according to some estimates. That's really good. But it only was that good because the prices got so ridiculously low that people were buying them at bargain basement prices, sometimes specifically to turn in to Commodore. And really, those companies were making no money. Texas Instruments was losing hundreds of millions of dollars. Of course, at the same time, Atari is imploding. They're imploding largely because of what happened in their console business, but it's taking their computer business down with them. And they lose any opportunity to be competitive in this period. Because first they released that Atari 1200 that I talked about, that I mentioned. This was their upgrade to the 800. The problem was that the 1200 was not fully backward compatible with the previous systems. And it was a bit overpriced and it was a mess. So they replaced that as fast as they possibly could. They came out with two new computers, the 600XL and the 800XL, and they really focused on getting the price down. The new head of the Atari Home Computer Division, and then after that, when they reorganized, the head of the Atari Products Company that had responsibility for this, John Cavalier, he came out of the paper goods business, where price is essential, and he had a really strong focus on getting costs under control. So they really aggressively moved manufacturing overseas to Hong Kong, and they really tried to get costs under control. And so the 600 XL and the 800 XL were going to come out in the fall of 1983 at very competitive prices, $199 and $299. So they're kind of right there in the mix as well. But because the company has fallen apart and Ray Kassar has been fired, there's turmoil in upper management. Kassar's replacement, James Morgan, doesn't join the company until September. They had no real succession plan in place. And he immediately put everything on hold while he spent about a month wrapping his head around the business. There were crucial decisions that needed to be made in that period of time about the 600 XL and the 800 XL related to their manufacturing that got pushed off because of this decision by Morgan. As a result, while they did ship that year, they were not able to build up a large amount of inventory. So even though those computers did okay, they didn't do terribly, they were completely hamstrung by limited inventory, and they were unable to compete with Commodore at all. They only, between the two computers together, they sold less than 200,000 of them, not because they were seen as failures, but because they couldn't manufacture anything. They basically handed the market to the competition for 1983, and because of Atari's continuing woes, that was basically it. That was kind of their last shot to be big in this home computer market, and they blew it. Of course, Coleco, we did an episode on Coleco. We don't need to dwell on this here, but basically they made some real mistakes with the hardware they used for their Atom computer. Most importantly, in the drives they used, which weren't quite cassettes and weren't quite floppy disks and were just terrible. They had horrible manufacturing problems, particularly with the printer, because printers are hard people. And so they were only able to get 50,000 machines to market in 1983. There was excitement in the market for what they had to offer, but they didn't have inventory. And by the time they did have inventory, the excitement for the product was gone. Because by that time, other companies were jumping into the same market. Commodore was releasing its Atom killer because Commodore does this. This is what they do. They look at what the other guy's doing and they try to copy it. And so Commodore started working on their own variant computer that came with its own pre-bundled software, which was the Commodore Plus 4. Now that computer didn't end up being a successful computer, but it was Commodore encroaching on the territory that Atom tried to take. And of course, IBM, noticing this whole home computer thing opening up, decides that they should get in on the action as well and release their own home computer, the PC Junior, so that they can start to dominate this low-end market the same way that they are beginning to dominate the business market. So there's just no room for a toy company like Coleco at that point. If they had been able to ship the Atom in quantity in 1983 and it had actually worked right, which was not realistically going to happen, but if for the sake of argument that had happened, then they may have had enough recognition to keep that going into 84 and 85 and build market share. But as it was, their moment to kind of seize a unique spot in the market passed the moment they couldn't ship the Atom in 1983. And so that was the home computer market in 1983. It expanded. More computers were sold. More people got into it. The Commodore 64, even though it was released in 82, really began its march to success in 1983. But it killed the market. There really wasn't any market at that point. The market started retreating to a higher ground again. You know, Commodore kept decreasing prices of things obviously, because they do that. In 1984, they brought the VIC-20 down to $79, for instance. Atari cut the price of the 600 XL to try to follow them down the market as well. Tandy was still out there, but nobody really cared about the Coco. It hung on. I think they made them until 1991, but I mean, it was never a factor. in the industry. And Tandy, quite frankly, was fine with that because, I mean, their measure of success was very different than everyone else's. But after the bloodbath of 83, everyone kind of agreed that there really wasn't a home computer market, that consumers were willing to follow the prices down for a time and buy these bottom basement systems, but there really wasn't a purpose to them. John Sculley in early 1984, CEO of Apple, who of course had largely stayed out of this home computer scrum. John Sculley was quoted in the press in 1985 when talking about 1984, was quoted as saying, "A lot of myths about computers were exposed in." Oh, actually, we'll bring this up later. Haha. See, sometimes we do this as well. I realize that I'm out of bounds, and so I stop.
Get back in bounds.
Seeing how the sausage is made, people. So in 1984, estimates were much lower for how home computers were going to do. Estimates were slashed. Commodore was the market leader at this point. Jack Tramiel, of course, was not around to enjoy this, as he ended up resigning, quitting the company due to his ongoing disputes with Irving Gould, chairman of the company, who had a lot of power over him because of some issues that had happened back in old Canada in the 1960s. Atari is fluttering around in there, and of course, Jack Tramiel takes it over in the middle of 1984. IBM is a gigantic flop. The PC Junior has a few different problems, but the main two are that it doesn't have true backward compatibility with the regular IBM PC, and it has a so-called chiclet keyboard that nobody likes. And it's still just it's priced too high compared to something like the Commodore 64. It doesn't really justify its purpose. If you're going to spend more than a Commodore 64 on a home computer, you want something that can do the kinds of things that a regular PC can do. And the PC Junior wasn't that. So it's kind of a anticlimactic failure. Kind of after the whole after the whole home computer market had crashed and burned, IBM came along with their PC Junior to reconfirm that, yes, you weren't imagining things. The whole home computer market has really crashed and burned. Now, computers were still sold in 1984. There was still something of a market there. The Commodore 64 was doing rather well. But this idea that you had a mass market home computer market where a large portion of the population was going to buy something in the $100 to $600 range had really been busted. In 1985, John Sculley, the CEO of Apple, which had largely stayed above the fray, was quoted in the press as saying a lot of myths about computers were exposed in 1984. One of them is that there is such a thing as the home computer market. It doesn't exist. People use computers in the home, of course, but for education and running a small business. There are not uses in the home itself. Now, Scully's not impartial. Apple did not get involved, as we said. Apple doesn't want there to be a home computer market. They want there to be a market for their new Macintosh computer. They're trying to sell the computer into the home as something that is more expensive and for professional use. So we can't say that he's completely impartial here or that he doesn't have an agenda, but that's as good a eulogy for the home computer as we can deliver. I mean, that's as good a quote to end it on as anything. Because even though computers continue to be used in the home, and even though computers continue to be used for games, even though the Commodore 64 had several more good years before the revived console market and the Nintendo Entertainment System killed it, even though the PC Junior essentially came back in better form in the form of the Tandy 1000 in 1985, even though people really were still playing games in the home on computers. And the idea of games on computers was something that continued to flourish in this period. I never said that the Tandy 1000 was a PC Junior. I said that it effectively brought the PC Junior back because they took some of the multimedia enhancements of a PC Junior and put it in a plain old ordinary PC and got it back on the right track in that way. I was not trying to imply that it was literally the PC Junior. But fine, I'll say it a little differently, and Jeff can stick it in there.
Ooh.
Even though Tandy essentially brought back the PC Junior in a way by taking some of the advanced multimedia features that were present on the PC Junior and putting those into a regular low-cost PC that had full compatibility. There we go. Jeff can figure out how to stick that in. It's his problem now.
No.
And if it annoys you when you get there, just remember it's all Ethan's fault.
We are not amused. Definitely not amused.
None of that was really considered a home computer market anymore. It was computers in the home, but it wasn't anymore trying to sell the idea of the computer as a toy or the computer as a training device. And the public never embraced computers in the same way again in the United States. The next wave of computers that you might consider home computers, like the Atari ST or the Commodore Amiga or the Tandy 1000, they weren't billed as toys. The Atari ST had all of the had the MIDI port and had all of the audio stuff for audio files. The Amiga was seen as a computer for multimedia applications and desktop publishing or word processing or all of these things as much as for games. Of course, the Macintosh was very much marketed as kind of a small business, high-end home productivity computer. Desktop publishing was an incredibly huge part of what that was. And eventually, of course, the PC compatibles took over everything, but it was a combination of, sure, we can play some games on this, but we can also do word processing. We can also do desktop publishing. We can also finally actually do the budget on these machines. We have reasonable home accounting software. It was no longer the home computers that was thought of in the early 1980s. As Scully said quite accurately, by this time, people use computers in the home, of course, but for education and running a small business. There are not uses in the home itself. And even though there would eventually be such uses again when the internet became a big thing, and even though gaming would continue to grow and grow and grow, the concept of the home computer never actually came back.
and thus we lay the computer industry down to rest, only to be revived, only to be remembered by those who are hobbyists and those who are enthusiasts for computers, and some gamers, very much so like how it started.
Absolutely.
So, now that the computers have died, and I am obviously not using a computer since it's dead.
No, this is the live stream, Jeffrey. This is the one time that they get to be surprised next episode. After streaming for all this many hours, and now that we're 4 episodes ahead, I'm not coming up with the next topic right now.
You're not.
We're not going there.
You're not?
That's
But
right.
we always do that. This is part of the flow. This is how it
We
works.
didn't last live stream, to my recollections. This is the one time where we take a break and they just have to wait and see.
Oh, God. I mean, we could do something cruel and heartless and make them pick.
No, we are not doing that. That would be cruel and heartless for me, not cruel and heartless for them.
Oh, right.
They'll choose the most obscure thing imaginable, and then I'll have to try to talk about it. No, that ain't happening.
Okay. Well, I guess we'll just have to figure out what you're going to be listening to next time as They Create Worlds burns down, trying to figure out what the heck we're going to talk about. We'll see you next time, kids. Enjoy. And kill it. Kill it! Make it end! Make it end! Okay, kids, we have 3 episodes somehow.
Yep, there you have it. That was what we started at 1:30 my time.
Mm-hmm.
So just under 7.5 hours with an hour break in there for dinner. So about 6 hours of streaming.
And 6 hours of raw audio for me to edit.
Yes, Dale, this is why we didn't let you pick. This is why we didn't let you pick.
Soviet mainframe
Yeah, well, you know.
games.
Yeah, no, we learn every time, even though it's been 2 years since we've done it. One hopes that we'll get smoother with time. I mean, this will never be a regular thing. This will never be more than a once a year thing, because our deal is definitely podcasts. We're not professional streamers. We just play them on Twitch.
I mean, we can be.
It's not.
Fine. I can be a professional.
But
streamer.
to those of you that stuck around for the whole thing, I'm a little frightened, but also very grateful. For those of you that ducked in and out, we are happy that every single one of you stopped by. We never expect that anyone's going to stay around for the entire thing, so that doesn't hurt our feelings in any way. It's just nice to actually get our faces out there every so often, remind people who the humans are behind this thing, and give kind of a look at the sometimes rather intense process that we go through to get these episodes out there. I'm sure the people watching the stream probably know this, but we started in September 2015, and we have not missed an episode. Sane podcasts do seasons and take breaks between seasons. We are not one of those sane podcasts.
I don't know what a season is. No one sat down with
And
me
you
and
never
said,
will.
This is a season. It's from this time to this time. You are seasoning.
We've had 2 of these a month, every month without fail. We almost failed once. We don't talk about it, but we still made it. So we appreciate everyone's support, and we appreciate you tuning in, and hopefully you learned something, or at least had fun settling a few old scores about which hobbyist computer truly should reign supreme.
It's the PDP-11, right?
That's not a hobbyist computer.
Of course it
And
is.
no, Lane Houck doesn't count. Or did he have a PDP-8?
I don't know.
Which is also not a hobbyist computer. And Lane Houck doesn't count.
Apparently, the chat says I need to become a professional streamer. So, yeah. I have to come up with a schedule.
Do you have any
now
last words for the audience, Jeffrey? I've been monopolizing the end time here. I'm used to that because I do all the talking, but you also deserve to talk.
Hi, kids. How are you doing? Hi, I'm Jeffrey. I hide behind things, and see, I'm hiding right now. There's a thing. I'm putting it in front between me and you, and saying hello. Hi. Again, thank you all for watching us as we do the broadcast thing. It's a lot of interesting, weird work that we go through in order to make every one of these happen. And it's just because we enjoy entertaining people, and ultimately that's what we are, educators and entertainers. And we like to just get the word out there of, hey, we're entertaining you. Hey, we're educating you at the same time. This stuff is interesting. You can sit down and have popcorn, sit down and eat a sandwich, do your chores, whatever, and listen to the podcast. It is amazing that we have not, we haven't really done any kind of advertising for this thing. It has all been word of mouth, and that's very much you guys, the super fans out there, the people who say, hey, this is interesting. These guys talked about X. You talked about Y. X is related to Y. It's, I'm very grateful that so many people seem to like us and enjoy what we do and all the effort we go into, even kick us money, give us reviews on your favorite podcasting service, give us reviews on your favorite cat service. Give us reviews, and even get a Splunky. See, we're all about end user happiness here because we give the cats their due. But yeah, we try to do at least one of these streams every year. Barring last year with COVID, which is weird, and Alex moving was double plus weird. But yeah, just throwing it together, I desperately try and figure out, okay, how has streaming changed in the last year since I've done this? Why does all of this not work? Or even worse, like just as we were going live and having the countdown, I'm going, why does my camera no longer work? Stop not working. Work, computer, work. You're supposed to not betray me. And then I find out the cat knocked out the power cord to my monitor underneath the screen. And I'm like, why does my monitor keep cutting in and out? Well, it's barely in there getting electricity. That's why.
I'm going to get some audio going here, too, because this is the purr monster.
Oh, yes. Purrs. Everyone likes purrs. If that's not some ASMR, I don't know what is. All the cat purrs. There we go. We can be. They create worlds, learn about history, and listen to cat purrs.
Right.
I mean, Alex has a cat. I have 5 cats. That's 6 cats for your entertainment. I have multiple cats. I have Garfield cat. I have Bug cat.
Yes, Spelunky is a Siberian, so she's not fat. Very chunky, but not fat. A lot of it's fluff, and they are one of the largest cat breeds. The Maine Coon is larger. No one else is. When Spelunky was still a tiny kitten, I showed a friend a picture of what a full-grown Siberian would look like, and her response was, have fun raising your lynx.
Yeah. I don't know what else to say, but thank you again for coming out and listening to us. If you haven't already and you enjoy what we do, leave us a review on your favorite podcasting service. Spread the word, because I certainly don't know how to do it.
And we should probably mention, we probably should have mentioned at least 5 times during the stream, but we're terrible at promoting ourselves.
Case in
We also
point.
have a Patreon. So if you like what we do and you're not already giving, feel free to hit that up as well. Any amount is appreciated, and that includes 0 because the podcast will always be free. But we're terrible at asking you people for things. So now at the 11th hour here, I guess we should do that.
Yeah. I mean, that's what it is, right? You do that call of action thing. Like and subscribe, as they say in the YouTube lands. And yeah, I mean, I would like to do more. I mean, one of my favorite hobbies is just doing audio, video stuff. And having an excuse, a drive to do it is always fun. And that's part of what keeps They Create Worlds going forward, is because even though sometimes trying to get the last episode out the door in the week of editing time I have left for the next one, and I will be sitting here pulling my hair out slowly, it's still ultimately fun. It's nice to see that final product. It's nice seeing the downloads. It's nice seeing the comments about it. It's nice when I occasionally do searches for the podcast online, seeing, oh, someone mentioned this episode because it's relevant to some conversation that's going on. That's really gratifying to actually have that kind of benefit and positivity and enrichment of other people's lives that goes out there.
Absolutely. So, to answer your question, I ended up changing shirts, not because I was trying to like do multiple shirts on stream, but because I was going out to get dinner, and the previous Spelunky cameo, apparently that Space War shirt is an incredible cat hair magnet, and I didn't want to look like I was like living in a box with a cat. And so I changed shirts because the other one was completely overrun. So this shirt is DC TV, which is something that I think is pretty unique to Dragon Con. Other big cons don't do this. The Dragon Con actually runs a closed circuit TV broadcast to all the host hotels during the course of the show. And they do a lot of skits, and they do a lot of bumpers, like Cartoon Network Adult Swim bumpers. Of course, Cartoon Network is based down in Atlanta. I don't know if Dragon Con started doing bumpers first and Cartoon Network copied them, because their people come to Dragon Con all the time, or if Dragon Con copied Cartoon Network. It's probably that way around, but you never know. And so they do a lot of cute, fun, funny content. They do a few interviews and updates about the show, and they also film some of the panels. So I volunteer for Dragon Con. I don't volunteer for DCTV, but my fiance, Megan, who was in here a few times as Joyful Noise, she does volunteer with DCTV, and this was their 20th anniversary, so they had some 20th anniversary shirts made. And we ordered a shirt for both of us, because DCTV is a really cool thing. You can't really see that. I don't have a real-time feed of me, just of Jeff. So let me actually.
All right. Just squat a little bit, and that will be all in frame. There we go.
Okay, finally made that work.
And also, because of the request, nuclear. Nuclear? Where are the nuclear vessels? Can you point me to where the nuclear vessels are?
Nuclear.
Nuclear. Nuclear?
Nuclear.
Yeah, words. Words are hard.
So yeah, it is 9:00 here. I think I am ready to vanish into the depths of the night. So one last time, we already said it, but thank you so much for being here. And like, comment, subscribe, as they say. And most of you will be seeing around in the GA Discord and other such places. So.
Yep, if we hang out there in GA, if you aren't already on the Discord, Gaming Alexandria. Hop out there. I'm Jeffrey TCW. Alex goes by... I don't know which one you go by.
Smith5031, because I haven't bothered to create a specific handle for the Discord. I probably should. I should probably be TCW Alex there.
There you go. All right, kids. I'm heading off because I need a break. I'm tired of not having the fan on and being under about 5 lights. Alex gets a little bit more airflow. We want bacterial love. Okay, fine. We will end this with bacterial love. Just for you, kids. I just got to find the audio resources. There you go. Bacterial Love by Roland Music. Found at freemusicarchive.org. Used under a Creative Commons Attribution license. Intro music was Airplane Mode by Josh Woodward. Found at joshwoodward.com/song/airplane mode. Used under a Creative Commons Attribution license. Also, the video was just ripped right off of YouTube using a fun little thing I know. So you get the full song in all of its glory. Alex's book, They Create Worlds, People and Companies That Shape the Video Game Industry, Volume 1, is still available at CRC Press and at major online retailers. Volume 2 is still forthcoming, and we will let you know as soon as Alex knows.
I wish Alex would tell me.
And remember, as always, leave a review on your favorite podcasting service. Follow us on Twitter at TCW Podcast. Leave us feedback at feedback@theycreateworlds.com. Or you can leave requests like, hey, we want to hear Alex sing an entire song from Les Mis. Or Jeffrey come up with interesting new cat songs and then put them out as an album. They Create Worlds, the random ship. All in all, kids, it's been fun. I think I should stop talking before I lose my mind and say something else even more insane. So, bye-bye.